Okay, we're going to begin the administration committee meeting for Otsego County, July 23rd, a little bit after 9 a.m. And we will begin with community services. Jeanette, I see you up on the screen this time. Good morning.
Good morning. Short and sweet this month. I'd like to approval to amend resolution number 185-202604001 to read as funds for this contract are included in the 2026 mental health budget, A4310 at line 548800, and in the 2026 ARS service budget A4250 at line 548800. It's a consultant line.
Oh, okay.
Okay, do we have any discussion? Questions for Jeanette? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur absent, Martini absent, Marietta absent, Powers.
Aye.
Okay. That's I figured Carol already did the math. So that passes. All right.
And then
Next.
the last item is just an FYI for the committee and the board to know, is that we have 4 individuals who are seeking services under New York State Workman's Comp. Roughly claims totaling $8,396.46. In order for Workman Comp to pay us, there's a whole process our clinicians have to do and be approved and authorized through them. We have none that are approved or authorized through Workman's Comp. It is a very lengthy process and not everybody gets approved. So we've decided to let the individuals know we will not be taking Workman's Comp. We are more than willing to bill their private insurance. So just so you know, we will not take Workman's Comp going forward.
Okay. And is there an additional expense for your department if you were to go down the route of accepting workers' comp? Is there like a day when you might think that that might work as a better model? Or is it just
we will look into it in the future. Just right now that the claims are so few and the reimbursement rate is not the 8,000 that I told you is what we would normally bill regular insurance, where workman's comp say on a regular claim where we might receive $150, we won't even receive half of that from them. So we'll look into it. I think we just want to kind of clean up what we have going on right now and then maybe something for next year to look into.
I think that sounds like a plan, Jeanette. Thanks for kind of giving us a good view of what that actually means.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
So this is just for claims for clients? Is that how it works?
Yes. Yeah. So for example, if somebody's working in a facility that maybe they get attacked or something and it can, cause some trauma for them, they can file workman's comp and then come here for services to address those concerns and issues.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
A question, if I may, Jeanette, this is Steve. Have you talked about this with Denise? Do they know you're kind of making this policy? Do they have any actions to take?
Yes, I did speak with Denise. I believe Monica was on a call too. There are surrounding counties that also are not accepting workman's comp for whatever their reasons are. And we did try to reach out to those counties to see if we could get something from them. And as far as I know, we have not received anything. So we just moved ahead saying that we were going to inform committee of this is what we are going to do.
Understand. Thank you.
Okay.
And with everything that you've been like really going after a lot of administrative types of things to generate revenues and consolidate administration, I think that focusing on the most revenue friendly ones first sounds like a good plan. So as when we get to it, maybe we'll be ready for workers' comp. Maybe
Right.
so. Got
Yes.
it. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
Okay, Jeanette. Thanks. Yes. Sarah. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So DSS just has one quick request. It is to request a budget transfer of $500,000 from the foster care line to family assistance line. This is just different children in foster care qualify for a different type of funding stream, so it's that trifecta where one will get lowered and take one from, put to the other.
Robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. We have a motion?
Someone, second,
Okay.
So the money for staying in foster families,
Yeah, it's for, it's going from the foster care line to family assistance. It's purely just moving from one to the other because the children in foster care are qualifying for a different funding stream.
so family assistance is what?
So there's different criteria for each line. I don't know the exact funding criteria for each one, but it's essentially one kid could qualify to be paid for foster care out of family assistance. Another child could qualify for foster care line. So
Okay,
it's just
Lining up all the money where all the need is.
right. And currently our need is in family assistance.
okay.
Any other questions or discussion?
We'll vote to a vote. Kennedy, McCarty,
aye.
Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini absent, Marietta absent, Powers.
Okay, that motion passes.
Okay, that's all we have today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Did you want to talk about the SNAP resolution at this?
Oh, yeah, that would be a good one. Yeah.
So back.
So, Sarah, I have this, it's a template. I
Yes, yeah.
Included, I don't know, I don't think I included you guys on it.
You did.
I
Someone
did. Oh, okay, somebody did that. Okay, so, NISAC is putting out this template resolution for counties to weigh in on SNAP and ask for the state to assist or like in some way to ease the burden on the local costs
Right.
of all the SNAP, vaccinations. What they
Correct.
call them. Right. Yeah, so it's calling for a 2-year delay of the federal SNAP administrative and benefit cost shifts enacted under HR 1 and calling on New York State to hold counties harmless if the federal government fails to act. So there's a lot of whereas and I feel like
So
sometimes.
this resolution is going to the state.
Yes. We would notify copies to New York State congressional delegation and the New York State Senate and Assembly and the governor and to the Association of Counties. That's who would be getting the message.
So what this does is this really tightens up the regulations for SNAP?
It cost shifts.
Yeah,
an
but I
additional-
mean, fires qualifying.
Oh, yeah, what are the things?
Well, it's now called ABOD, able-bodied, requiring work requirements for certain individuals. So I don't know if that is actually requesting any of that to change. It's purely just asking for the cost shift to not be burdensome onto the
It's
county.
almost saying that they want to leave it the same as it is instead of having more qualifications. So the way the federal government wants more qualifications, right?
Correct.
This is almost saying that, they want to leave it the same. Well, personally, I want more qualifications. My opinion. I think there's too much of it.
Okay.
Well, be that as it may, the other thing that affects us with the cost share, right, is an increase, we have to pay for that out of local share.
Right.
Which means in order to do that, it would have the perverse impact of we would likely have to raise taxes to cover that.
So currently, the entire package, not just SNAP by the new, whatever the new name is about $28 million annual, correct?
You mean the
For
big
social-
beautiful bill and all that?
For assistance programs. It's about $28 million annual.
I don't know.
For the county? Well, Medicaid is probably what, 11 or 12, right?
Right?
And then I think the new change in food stamps is estimated, I think when the NICEAG sent out that email that Ed shared, it was like 263,000 or 264,000. Cost share would be increased to the county. So if you're looking at those, and then the family assistance and
Right.
our cost.
All right, so irregardless, it's
Yeah.
up there.
It's
Yeah.
a lot.
So what this is saying is we're asking New York State to hold us harmless, correct?
That's how I read it.
Okay, so some context here. Schumer requested at the federal level that they change the implementation for 2 years. Okay? That's what Schumer and some of the Senate is trying to get done, so it doesn't go into effect for 2 years. All right? This is saying if it doesn't go into effect, if the feds don't push it back, will the state make up that 25%? That's what we're asking
That's
for.
really
So basically, the state would be holding us harmless till that federal implementation. So that's the request.
You know,
So Schumer is the one that sent an email, made a public statement last week, and that's where NICEAG sent this around, saying, talk to Schumer, talk to Gillibrand,
Yeah.
try to get them, they're both willing, to support, pushing back the implementation of the
I'm
statute.
not so big on that. I mean, it's time we tighten the belt and got rid of some of this. There's fraud. There's absolute fraud.
I'm not saying against that.
Okay.
I'm not disputing that. I'm sure there's any of those federal gas and profit. But this is.
Well, that's what I'm asking, because I'm not gonna vote for it if it's asking the federal government to push it back 2 years. If it's asking the state to hold us harmless, I'll vote for it.
I think it's
That's what
asking
it
both
is.
those things.
Huh?
I think it's asking, mostly to push it off. Well, maybe we could spend some more time on and understand it better.
We could also draft our own
Right,
We
resolution.
could, yes,
right.
yeah. So maybe what we should do is work on drafting one that works best for us, knowing what our numbers are, we're not 100% familiar with them. And with regards to fraud or abuse, is it not possible for us to request from our own sheriff's department to investigate? How do we, what would we?
We already
do
have
about that?
investigators that do that.
For, with
Right.
specific regard to these types of benefits, I don't know.
We already have investigators.
Well, we have now, right, but remember it's changed. The district attorney's office no longer has fraud investigators contracted with DSS. They eliminated that position earlier this year. So now,
Is that because of the budget?
no, I don't believe so.
Okay.
So we had created earlier this year the support investigator. So we in-house have staff that are, one of them, we're still trying to fill the second position to investigate fraud. And the federal work requirements have taken effect. We do require the able body, and those federal requirements are in place.
So how does that? If somehow somebody's out of work because of disability, but yet they seem pretty healthy. I don't quite understand.
Well-
that. I mean, you see people out there on disability, but yet they're out mowing their lawn, they're out doing this and that. Just. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, we have to go based on what the doctors.
You have to go what the
Reporting.
doctor says, but there's,
And this is not disability.
this conversation will go on forever.
Mhm.
True.
There's a lot of families out there, a lot, that are on the fringe, where they can just afford and get by with what they make. And every time that we add another person to this program that shouldn't be there, makes it even more difficult for those families. And sooner or later, they're gonna slip into this program.
Because then our rate changes and then we.
Correct.
put it- Yeah, so, so do you think, Sarah, we could take a look at this with regards to one that's kind of right sized to our county and look at it at the
Well,
next human services
Caitlin and I will.
Sure,
meeting?
Okay, you want DSS to work on that then?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
With, taking into account our numbers and how all
Sure.
of this is directly impacting our county. I think it would make it a little bit more personal.
Sure.
You can literally see our town.
Yeah, yeah.
I wanna work with you.
You can't see them.
Okay. All right, so we've opened the discussion today. We'll take it up next month. Okay,
Sounds good to me.
all right.
Thank you, sure.
Let's see, Heidi.
Good morning.
Morning, Heidi.
The only thing I have today is to name me as the administrator for the county cemetery.
Second,
Okay.
you're
I
volunteering, huh?
feel like we did that already, Heidi, but
We did it in Public Works, and then I forgot to bring it last month to admin.
Oh,
So
okay.
they pulled the resolution, but
Okay.
so just final details.
We'll cross all of our Ts and dot our Is on this. We have a motion and a second, and we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty, absent, Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini, absent, Marietta, absent, Powers.
Okay, Heidi.
Thank
You're-
you. That's all I have today.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Highway is net.
Morning, everybody.
Morning, Rich.
Just got one for you. I'd like to request a motion to approve the purchase of real property and 2 temporary easements from Wesley Curtis and Sarah Curtis, map number 92.00-1-25.03, and real property from Wesley Curtis and Matthew Jessup along County Highway 20 in the town of Edmiston, tax map number 92.00-1-10.34. The purchase price is $82 for the first one and $112 for the second one, both to be paid out of our Bridge New York D 5112-522400 line.
So moved.
Any questions or discussion?
This is the property acquisitions we talked about several months ago for the County Highway 20 Bridge New York project. This is 100% reimbursable.
Great. Okay, any other questions or discussion? We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini, absent, Marietta, absent, Powers.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. That's all I got.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate it. Okay, District Attorney, you're a little early.
What did you do, Heidi?
Yes, we did do Heidi.
Oh, I missed it, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was the kind of a repeat on the cemetery administrator. Does anyone have Chris's info? Is he planning to come in person? Or,
I can call him.
oh, if you could, Karen.
About driving that car, right?
Yes. For the investigator.
You need to be here for that? I was gonna say that.
Maybe. He may not, but he may want to. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's a big complicated issue.
Doesn't change.
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, does he have to be here for that? Or could we just do it without him?
Unless you. Hi, is this one? It's Carol in your, depends on if you guys are asking. One version. Yes.
We may have. Seems like they're.
Hey, were you joining by Zoom or in person? It is. They're 10 minutes early though. So if you're free, that would be great. Thank you.
Oh, he's on his way. Oh, we're not going for it. Okay, I thought we may have done it. The Carol just told me we did appoint Ivy, the cemetery administrator. Hmm?
I thought we pulled the two.
Yeah. But
We meant to.
it was done in committee, but. And yeah, it looked like it was done. I guess
We're more efficient than we thought we were.
That showed up. That proved it.
we have to redo it.
Question whether or not you needed admin.
Oh, okay, so now we did it. Thanks. Mm-hmm. Oh, hi, Chris.
Hello,
You can come on in. Sit up phone.
how is everyone this morning?
Good.
So I'm here before admin this morning. I appeared before Public Safety Committee last week with regards to, we were looking at the list for county positions authorized to drive county-owned vehicles to and from work. And we saw that our investigator list, the DA investigator, is not on that list. We wanted to add it. Sean Ralph, our investigator, will drive from his house to, say, pick up evidence, pick up discovery, pick up a witness. I did speak to county attorney's office last week, and they said it's kind of in the same line as DSS driving a client.
Thank you.
So there's times when he has to pick someone up. So I figured it's prudent to have that list updated. It
I
hasn't,
just wanted that, I got it.
of course, of course.
Yeah, we want the list to reflect who is actually.
Yeah, and I don't know the last time it was updated. He's been with us for a few years, and when I saw it, I said, "No, that needs to be updated."
Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? We did just have a little bit. Any other questions or discussion? Go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini, absent, Marietta, absent, Powers.
Okay, that motion carries.
All right, cool.
I
Thank
have a
you.
question.
Yes.
Yeah,
Something came up just a little while ago that we no longer have fraud investigators. Yes.
Well, the fraud investigators position, the DSS fraud investigators were under the umbrella of the DA's office in order to give them
Right.
police power.
Yeah.
But they were doing primarily DSS work. Those positions are going to get converted to civilian investigators. I guess to put it very bluntly, we weren't seeing productivity out of them that we should have been seeing. Since those two positions have been effectively taken out of the DA's office and they're being shifted over to DSS, we've already had two cases that Sean Ralph, our investigator, has already made arrests on or is in the process of making arrests. Compared to let's say I've been with the county DA's office for almost 7 years now, there was like 1 or 2 cases in a 6-year time period. So I wasn't going to tolerate that, just to put it bluntly.
Okay.
Sean's been able to make 2 arrests in the last couple of months that you had a 6+ year time period where there were maybe 1 or 2 arrests made during that time period. And what we were seeing was, and I had a very frank conversation with some of the previous people who filled those positions. I told them, you can't tell me that there isn't welfare fraud in this county. Okay. Well, I was born last, at night, but not last night. I'm not going to fall for that. So we're looking into that. And we met with the sheriff's department earlier this year to see if they wanted to absorb the positions. They weren't interested in it I don't know if it's, and I think this is part of the problem. They're kind of in this weird predicament where they're under the DA's umbrella, but they primarily work for DSS. So what we were seeing was we'd say, hey, can you go out and do this? Oh, geez, I can't do it. DSS is telling me I can't do that. And then we find out that wasn't the case. And then the reverse would be, they would tell DSS would ask them to do something. Say, oh, geez, you can't do that. DA's office can't have that. We're not going to have people pitting 2 departments against each other.
For my clarity, they work now for DSS,
Yeah, they're gonna be civilian investigators.
so they don't have police powers.
Correct,
So
but,
they sniff something out and they give it to your investigators. Can you look at this?
oh yeah, absolutely, and
No,
that's the
but is that
plan.
what's happening? Is-
And that's
Yeah.
that's what's going to happen, and they're also gonna work with, and the sheriff said that, and this was months and months ago, we met probably like February-ish. The sheriff said, hey, if you guys come across something that looks like law enforcement needs to be involved, bring it to my people. He said he was perfectly fine with that. So we've got law enforcement involved, but in a different capacity.
That's
It's not strictly
All right.
just from the DSS fraud, investigators being under our
So
umbrella.
it is being accomplished.
It is being accomplished. So, and like I said, we already had 2 cases. One, an arrest was made, I want to say about a week and a half ago.
Okay.
We're moving forward with that, and another one that's being worked, I believe, right now. I can't remember if an arrest has been made or it's about to be made.
All right, thanks.
So do you know what the qualifications are to be a police investigator? Or-
To be like a civilian investigator, I don't know. That's something that would be set by personnel in conjunction with
It should
DSS.
be about the same. The only difference is they don't have police or peace officer power.
Correct. They do have to go to a training. There is a training, and it's my understanding that DSS did send at least one person to a fraud training. I think in Albany area, they're about to do that. So there is a different aspect to it, different types of paperwork, different, I guess, a slightly different skill set. It's not like a skill set that you need to be a police officer, but it's certainly different from being just a regular person working in an
It'd
office.
be non-weapons carrying.
Yeah. But the plan is when we've already seen this happen because the recent arrest, DSS, their fraud division, the civilian fraud division reached out to Sean Ralph, and then he worked with their civilian investigator or civilian person assigned to that unit, and they went out and made an arrest.
Okay.
I think state police may have helped out with that as well. But like I said, we've got law enforcement in place to make sure that if an arrest needs to be made or some kind of law enforcement activity needs to happen, they're available. Everybody said that they're cool with that.
And you have those lines of communication are all wide
Yeah.
open, it sounds like,
Yeah.
and I feel like the more like every once in a while, like, hey, how's it going? Any, do you have anything for us? Would be helpful too.
Sure, and then
So that people know that somebody's keeping a watchful eye on these things.
correct. And then another thing to kind of look at it from a hiring point of view, the position's $35,000 a year, the previous DSS fraud position. It was like a part-time job. You need to have law enforcement credentials. It was getting harder and harder and harder to fill those positions at $35,000. Here's stagnation. So when I started in 2019, $35,000 a year bought you a lot more than it does right now. So that was also part of the issue as well. So I know that when my predecessor was there, I talked to John Neal a lot about it. We had bounced it back and forth, and then I just wasn't, the productivity wasn't there, and it just fraud's happening.
No, I
We
understand.
got to
Yeah, I
address
know
it.
that.
Yeah, thank you for this. Thanks. It's a pretty good explanation.
That's a part-time job though, right?
It's it's part-time job. It's 28 hours a week, I believe. Yeah, so I mean, pretty close. They had, I think, maybe one car, maybe 2 cars between them, so they did have a take-home vehicle, so that kind of, entices a person a little bit more. But $35,000 is considered really less than what a lot of these people, if they go and they take their law enforcement experience, they go work at the mailing product down in Stanford, Hobart, I forget what it's, they change their name every 6 months. You take law enforcement experience, you can go there or to that, you're making significantly more money. Of course, it's a full-time job. So yeah, that doesn't mean that down the road, we may not say, okay, this isn't working, let's revisit the idea. Maybe we do have to bring it back in-house and maybe tweak it a little bit
No,
more.
that's fine. I got the impression it wasn't happening at all.
But it's good to know.
Yeah.
No, I can assure you
Okay.
they're looking into it. DSS is working, with Sherman Ralph. One of the many jobs he handled.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, all right, have a nice day, everyone.
I have one.
Sure.
We're gonna move on. Okay, Jody.
Thank you.
Oh, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Great.
I'll even give you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll see it.
Thanks, Julie.
So. This has to do with owning on the theater. Back in 2009 and 2010. The IDA made a loan to the owning on the theater. And after a few months, they started the ball. And to give you some background, the state controller's office has told us, our IDA, that we are prohibited by state law from entering into loan agreements. But how these loans are made, way back when, I'm not sure. But we've closed out all of the loans except for this one. And we have one that's repaying us on a monthly basis. And all the rest are closed out. This one is rather complicated in the sense that somehow ownership transferred from the original owner to a new owner. And without notifying all the recipients that had made loans in the past. So the reason I'm bringing this up is that if you look at the last three, 8/24/2010, you can see the county of Otsego IDA mortgage $100,000 along with assignments of leases and rents. On 8/24, just behind us is the county of Otsego mortgage at $50,000. We have finally, after I've been here almost 10 years now, after 10 years, reached an agreement with the new owners to pay us back our balance. It's basically a 10-year agreement. We're only collecting the principal on it that they owe us. We're not asking back interest, just to close it out. And our IDA board had approved that agreement. The problem is our attorney says, well, technically, if the IDA enters into a new agreement with the new owners, you're now in last position. So what he suggested was that we enter into a subordination agreement with the county, keeping our positions in the same position they were 10 years ago. Now, while they were both filed on the same day, the county's loan and the IDA's loan, the IDA's loan took precedent because the loan that was made by the county came from community development block grant funds. And in those requirements, they have to be the funding of last resort. So they would have been put in last position behind us.
I think we closed them out with the state, all those community development loans have been like. I think they're still working on some of them that are open, but so a couple of years ago, the state had a big program where we were supposed to send everything.
This loan is still, they still owe us money.
This one is still open.
So
And it's.
this was the subordination agreement that went before the IGA committee. It also was reviewed by the county attorney. And after a couple of days of discussion, finally the county attorney sent an email. They had no objections to using this.
Mr. Wilbur, answer your phone.
I like the sign, but
I have no idea how to operate.
Sometimes you can just send it for police.
Don't be getting carried away.
Okay,
So the reason I'm here today is to ask for the for the administration community's blessing on moving this forward as a resolution to the full board.
allow our subordination agreement to be signed.
Okay, so do we have a motion to do that
Come on,
in a second?
Second. I have a
Okay.
question.
So now we have discussion.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So this went from 2009 to today without much going on. So who's the attorney that sold it from, or that did the paperwork from Madison to Cormier?
I'm sorry.
Who was the attorney that took care of the sale way back in 2009? How come he's not responsible for some of this mess?
The original owner just refused to pay, and to be honest, we had our attorneys, seeking a judgment against him. And he was gonna declare bankruptcy to get away from paying off any money. The new owners, which are on the bottom of that sheet, the 47 Chestnut Street LLC had an agreement with the former owner that they would be obligated to pay any debt that he incurred. So the 47 Chestnut Street LLC is actually gonna pay us back.
Without interest. Looks better than nothing.
So we are still owed a little over $85,000. And this would close out all of our loans.
so was this county money to start with? Back in 2009?
No, it was IDA money. And that's what the state controller is saying. You shouldn't be using IDA monies for any loans because that's actually considered a gift to a business. Because the interest rates are a lot cheaper. And so the state controller would rule that they could have went to a bank and got a loan, should have made those loans.
Okay, so this will allow for you to take precedence in the rate, the way that the money gets paid back and move Otsego County to second place, third place, where would we be? Where last, behind you anyway. The 50,000, is there language in your agreement that they have to pay us back too, or do we have to make our own separate
No,
agreement?
you would have
for
to
us?
make your own. And I think Tammy's working on
I
that.
know, Pam.
Yes. We have been trying to reach out to who we thought was the owner. And then, as Jody's indicated, the sale has gone through with no notification to the parties who had loans with that owner. And so now, with Jody's help, I now finally have the contact information for the current owner, so we can begin trying to reach out to them. Else we've
And
clearly been reaching out to the wrong person.
and what I would suggest to Tammy and the county, come to an agreement with them, which I'm sure you will. I would do it over maybe a 10-year period as well. That way you don't get a lump sum payment of $40,000
I'm right.
in one shot and then have to send that back to the state.
Yes. So just as a reminder for people that haven't been as involved in this conversation, because this was CDBG money, if we collect payments back for CDBG money that we have distributed, more than $35,000 or more in a state calendar year
Thank you.
or fiscal year,
Shipping them to
then we have to give that money back to the state. If it stays under the 35 within the state fiscal year, then we get to retain it. So that's what Jody's alluding to. That's the trickiness of us trying to collect our money back on these loans. We want to be strategic about how we collect them.
So actually, how much they would owe us? 85?
How much do they owe us?
So they owe us 35.
40?
Yeah, so they had borrowed 50 and they still owe 41,522.
So yes, we want to be smart about how we get it back.
It's you're not gonna get it back.
We can always hope.
You know, we've done this before and hoped and never got money back, so.
Well, if Jody gets money back, that will set a good precedent.
Well, that makes sense. That's fine, but county's never gonna see it.
Okay.
I'm sure that we're gonna get our money back.
Okay.
What are they gonna do with it?
Offset the proposed county budget cuts.
No, but I mean, what are they gonna do with the theater?
I'm sorry, with the,
What's the person gonna do with the theater when
they're trying to renovate it right now. They have a bunch of private investors right now. On this LLC that have put monies into it. I think $50,000 apiece. And they're going after state grants to do some of the renovations. I think part of the problem has been with one of the tenants committed suicide in the building, and the place is a real mess right now. And these are the code enforcement office giving them a real hard time as to how to reconstruct it. They have to bring it up to current standards for electric plumbing for the whole building.
So that's a heavy lift for them. Well, by doing this today, we'll make it easier for you to get your funds once they become available.
That's correct.
So do we have any other questions for Jody? Or Tammy? Okay, we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur absent, Martini absent, Marietta absent, Powers.
Okay, so we still have enough for a quorum, so yes, that passes.
Thank you all
Right.
very much.
Thanks, Jody. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
And Andrew's still at our IDA board meetings, so we can.
Oh, okay. You may still be going when he gets out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jody.
Things look good at Bridgefield.
Trying to finish that up.
It's only been 20 years.
Okay.
I'm waiting for a response from the regional engineer from Seattle, who's on vacation this week. We'll be back Monday to see if we can up our reimbursement rate from 70% to 80%. Because they won't pay for the reimbursement. Yes. The idea.
Oh, wow, Jody, that's a lot to keep track of. Thank you. All right, moving on to Rob O'Brien.
Good morning.
Morning, Rob.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good.
You ready? Your agenda?
Yes, should be quick. Requesting permission to move forward with a telephone system upgrade here in the 911 center, off a Niagara County bid 2025-53 in an amount not to exceed 515,000 out of our next gen 911 grant line, A3020547865.
So moved. Okay.
Questions or discussion for Rob on the telephone system upgrade? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur absent, Martini absent, Marietta absent, Powers.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes.
Thank you. Last request, permission to move forward with a Cisco router and switches upgrade as quoted by Insight Public Sector off the Omnia contract 23669203 in an amount not to exceed 70,000 out of our next gen 911 grant line.
So moved. Second.
Questions or discussion?
Just one quick question. What happens to all this old equipment, Ron?
Recycled, sir.
Recycling, okay.
Okay, do you have to scrub all the info that's on them, or does it just happen when they?
That would be a question for probably IT, honestly. I'm not sure what kind of information remains on this equipment.
Yeah, I don't either, but okay. We vote on that. We'll go to a vote on the upgrade with Cisco.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur absent, Martini absent, Marietta absent, Powers.
Okay, that motion passes.
And that's all I had.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye. Tammy. You're here.
Hello.
Hi, Tammy.
I just have, budget modification requests today, regarding the Southern Transfer Station. So, I'll walk through these, budget requests. I worked with the treasurer's office to get all of this lined up correctly because it's a ban. It has to go into a certain kind of fund, for capital projects. So it's going into instead of the A fund, it's gonna go into the H fund. So actually, I think everybody here is on Sweat's probably heard my spiel before.
Yeah.
But basically, one of the things we'll need to do is, we will have to take the $6 million. So take a budget mod for that to, increase our contracts line in the H fund, for the $6 million. And then the revenue line will be another H line, 427,700 for miscellaneous revenue. So that's for the $6 million. So that allows us to, put that money into the budget once we have it. And then the next thing we have to do is we had taken the $750,000 from the reserve and put it into our maintenance and repair line in the A8160. We need to move that again into the H fund for contracts, through, and then do that through an interfund transfer. So, basically what this does is it gets all of those funds, into the capital projects fund. Per Allen, this is required with comptroller requirements, so we just have to have everything in that place. And the reason why we're doing it now is so that once we're getting under contract, we can go ahead and get those purchase orders out so we can start paying them. And then the money will come in, probably at this point beginning mid-September, we're expecting the funds to come through, but we have a $750,000 to get started.
And everything is where it needs to be for the audits and.
Yes, for auditing
All the
purposes.
accounts are squared away.
Yep.
Okay. So we have a motion.
So. Second.
Okay, any
I have no other people.
questions or discussion? Thanks for explaining that to us, Tammy, and we had a pretty good, since all three of us were there the other day, week ago. Okay, we are ready to go for a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty, Wilbur absent, Martini absent, Marietta absent, Powers.
Good, that motion passes. Okay,
That's
thanks.
everything I
Tammy.
had.
Okay,
May I just make one comment, please? This is our first in a long time debt finance capital project. And Tammy and Alan have worked together, and actually the committee, SWAC and all, very well, almost as a model for how we should go forward with these individual projects. So I just wanted everyone to know.
thanks, Tammy. All right. I will reach out to you. I have another question about another thing. But
Okay.
I'll talk to you offline about that.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right.
Your phone picked up. I'm sorry.
We are ready for the ILS portion of our meeting. Isn't gonna be here? Are we going to do this?
She's on at the end for an executive. I don't see her on here.
Kind of, it has a 10 o'clock, that 10 o'clock slot, I thought was gonna be
Oh,
the,
yeah, the New York State ILS.
the presentation. We have a half an hour set aside for that.
So I'm Joe Ormetti, the Delaware County Public Defender.
Yes.
Oh,
This is,
okay.
Karen Nogin, our Personnel Director for
Yeah.
Delaware County. So we're here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you were part of that whole
Well,
discussion.
part of the MOU.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Let me, see if he's coming.
Here's some.
Yeah.
It's the lady with the money.
Oh.
Sit over here in the corner.
I know.
Okay. Carol. Carol.
First year, are we down?
Oh, we are just a little bit. We're bigger. I say the word. That is question.
Here's Karen Mosey, personnel director, Susan Warren.
Okay, Susan, we're a little ahead of schedule, so we're ready to start the presentation. If you are.
This is Nora from ILS.
Hi.
The purpose of the discussion is to reopen a discussion about changing the hiring rate of the managing attorney for the assigned counsel program. And he's gonna pop over here, but, and I wanted ILS can better explain sort of why it's important to sort of elevate that position to a higher salary, why it's justified.
You want to put me on the spot?
Why don't you come up? Get in front of your video. Oh, you can come up.
Take any seat, doesn't matter.
Anyone you,
Thank you.
any open seat. Come over here, Joe. if you wanna.
Okay.
Sorry, I know it's slippery, they're slippery, we're there. Oh, yeah.
Susan had probably been here. Does Penny know?
I just text her.
Oh, okay, thanks. She was coming for she had the opportunity to come over.
She's on her way.
Okay.
Do we want to wait for?
We could wait. It's a football. No, it's a good idea, but like, why would, we don't want to have to repeat things that might be. I mean. Some of your introduction stuff she could probably miss, but so we'll tell her. When people are from Delaware County and.
Did everybody introduce?
No, we had, well, Joe, they gave us a brief intro,
Oh.
yes, before you got here. So we know. Public defender from Delaware, personnel director from.
And I think I've had the opportunity to meet some of you, but not all of you. And so as Susan said, I'm Nora Christensen. I am the chief attorney for the criminal defense representation team at ILS. The criminal defense representation team. So I'm the chief attorney.
We've met.
We have met, yes, a number of times. So nice to see you again.
You're still in jail?
I got out last night.
Okay, that's where we met.
We don't need to go into that. No, but ILS has been now with us for like going on about 10 years.
Yeah, I actually have been with ILS for almost 11 years.
Okay.
So it was one of the early staff. We've been around a little longer than that. We opened our doors in 2011. We were technically created in 2010, but we weren't staffed up to 2011. But it really was with the Orwell herring versus the state of New York settlement when we accepted the responsibility to implement the settlement for 5 counties. And then, of course, that settlement was extended statewide, which is how we ended up working closely with you as well. It really was during that time period when our office started to really grow. So we went from 2 people in 2011 to we have about 60 authorized positions now, which is very small for a state agency, but very large for us. So including a Buffalo office, which is great. Yeah, so we've been really able to grow along with the public defense providers.
So we can introduce ourselves too. We have the administration committee for the county, 4 out of 6 of us, and then some other county Our board chair is here as well. So Ed, why don't you introduce?
Yeah, I'm Ed Frazier, Unadilla representative and board chair.
Yeah.
James Powers, representative from Morrison, Pittsfield.
Dan Wilbur, you have admitted to knowledge.
Burlington, Evanston, Exeter, and Plainfield, and Chair of Public Safety.
Keith McCarty, I've been here a long time for Richfield and Springfield.
I'm Steve Wilson. I think we've met before. I'm the
Yes.
county administrator.
I'm Leslie Brilliant. I represent Middlefield, Roseboom, and Cherry Valley. I'm actually not on the admin committee. I'm on public safety and so.
And I'm Meg Kennedy. I represent the towns of Hardwick, Milford, and New Lisbon. And I'm chairing this committee. We're just waiting for Penny. Public administrator, county administrator's office staff. We have some public defender office people as well. Our county attorney, Denise Salas, and Monica are.
I guess
Yeah.
just while we're waiting, last week, I think it was, for the new proposed office space.
Yeah.
It's very nice. I think it,
Out at 189.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's worth.
It's an extra $300 a month
To be in
that space, so they don't have to do any construction. It serves the needs of the staff. It'll just be so much better.
It's on the third floor instead of first, so I think security wise is better.
So next month at admin, I'll be looking for approval at PSLA for the lease for that space. And also the MOU between Otsego and Delaware counties for the program. And those documents are being circulated through email. People are editing, some suggestion changes. They definitely need to be reviewed by the county attorney's office, and the county attorney's office is copied on those emails, so they have the most up-to-date version of those documents. But so next month will be a big month of just to preview of things. I'll be bringing the coordinator position up next month with all of this. Depending on how this discussion goes with the managing attorney, possibly bringing that up next month. If folks want to change that hiring rate. I also wanted to bring up for that managing attorney, I don't want to go into this discussion, just it is on that job announcement. There's a requirement that the person live in Otsego County, and so maybe that's worth reconsidering. But we can talk about that with Penny.
Yeah. Yeah, we have done that on multiple occasions, especially since it's a cooperative agreement with Delaware.
We did it for the public defender's office. We've done it. Who else?
County attorney.
District attorney's office.
District attorney's office. Yeah.
So you're gonna say Delaware or Otsego?
Well, or what if the person is Shenango?
Okay.
So yeah,
that's
I'm saying, what's your opinion? I don't care what county they come from. If we can find a body, we can find an attorney that's willing to take it and it's qualified.
I would, I guess, ask Penny if she sort of put any technical parameters on that for other.
Yeah, and that is a good Penny question to see how, if we want to put up any parameters or just have it be done wisely to best qualifying candidate. But I do feel like we should be here very soon.
I think that's been contiguous. It's been open, but just remember it has to be a local law.
Oh, okay. And Carol, our clerk of the board, is reminding me that it needs to be a local law to do that. And it would be a contiguous county.
So it takes a little bit longer.
Okay.
So
It is.
put that in the.
Thanks,
Thank
Carol.
you.
Forgotten about the local law.
Needs to be ridiculous.
No, that's what I have it on.
Come on up.
Oh, yeah, hi Penny.
Insert position.
Yeah, okay,
You're on today.
so,
Sorry, I just.
so Penny, we have, some, the topic of the discussion is the managing attorney for
Yes.
the
That's what I do.
Susan's thing. No, I'm just kidding.
So Laura was gonna just talk a little bit about the justification for trying to elevate the salary of a managing attorney. It's been posted several times. We haven't had, much of a response. So
We have a new platform called Better Teams that has like 100+ job posting boards that we wanted to post on it, and I only found out today that it was not posted because at your request. So we have an email that states that you don't want it posted. So
was that
I don't,
posted-
so
was
I-
that just like, would that have been posting it 4 times then? Is that what you
it
said?
would have been 3. I think we've had it posted. Yeah, we've had it posted 3 times.
Okay, maybe it was, should we post it again for the 4th time? Maybe I said, no, let's reconsider.
Oh,
this.
let's wait
But
until we
this
have
would've
this
been a
discussion,
new-
maybe.
That's the only way. I
Right,
could
this would have been a
imagine.
new platform. So, I mean, I don't personally see the harm in posting and would have preferred to have it done that way. And so I wasn't aware of it, but
Okay, so we'll then hammer out everything that we want to talk about today and then repost. Maybe,
Yeah.
something like that. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead with the discussion that we wanted to start with.
So I think, as we were discussing in the introductions, right, a large part of the driving sort of ethos behind all of this stems from the Pearl Hearing lawsuit in 2007, which was settled in 2014. We began implementing in 2015, and of course was extended to the rest of the counties in 2017 via Executive Law 832.4. And I know that we've had an opportunity to speak a lot about all of this in various settings, and I just want to say too, I really appreciate everything the county has already done to support, particularly the Public Defender's Office implementation of the initiatives under Executive Law 832.4. But just to kind of briefly back up a little bit, one of the catalysts, the catalyst for the lawsuit was this report, right? The final report by the Commission on the Future of Indigent Defense Services that Chief Judge Kay at the time had sort of convened and had a group of people looking into sort of the state of public defense in New York. And one of the things the commission found over and over again was that the state's sort of failure to step up, right, and support this constitutional imperative sort of had left the counties on their own to figure out how to fund, resource, structure all of these initiatives and these programs. And the law itself, right, County Law 18B, which lays out the various forms that the county can provide this constitutional service, public defense, Public Defender's Office, a legal aid society, a rotation of private attorneys via a bar association plan. Doesn't really give much structure, any support or sort of indication as to what that looks like or what that is. So the Kay Commission, when they did their study, one of the things they overwhelmingly found beyond just simply the lack of resources as a whole for the counties from the state and in general, and what that resulted in the very disparate impact, right? And so that the counties with more resources probably had more well-resourced programs, the counties with less. They couldn't necessarily put those critical resources towards this service. But the other thing is that overwhelmingly, when it came to rotating the services of the assigned private counsel, right, the 18B attorneys, the assigned counsel programs, that there was really a lack of sort of foundational and centralization support in the same way that there may be in what we would call an institutional provider, public defender's office. And so, again, necessarily when you're dealing with scarce resources and you don't have what you need to provide, adequate funding and, other infrastructure, you have to necessarily choose. And so often those attorneys who are being assigned by the courts, their work isn't being overseen, their vouchers aren't necessarily being, critically reviewed. a lot of times people who were not even qualified to take the cases are being assigned, right? So for example, somebody whose background is in real estate law, but the court's just sort of grabbing them and saying, yeah, you can defend this, homicide trial, right? That's obviously an extreme example, but I think that it's not uncommon for, things like that to have been seen, prior to the reforms being implemented. We were very grateful that with the infusion of state funding, that came along with Executive Law 832-4, meant that we could really turn and invest not just in the institutional providers, but also really begin to invest in envisioning what a managed assigned counsel program structure might look like that supports quality client representation equal to what they're getting in the public defender's office and in the other offices around the state. And that way, of course, then there isn't unequal treatment of the person just simply by matter of who they got assigned as their attorney. And so they still have access to investigators, experts, social workers. There's somebody who's paying attention to ensure that they have the qualifications, right? And so they're screening the people who are getting these assignments, and they're making sure that they're qualified to take the types of cases that they need to, that they're being assigned to, right? And if they're not qualified, well, what can we do to help them become qualified, right? I know sometimes it's hard to find attorneys to accept these assignments. And so what types of training programs or mentor and support programs can we put in place to ensure that somebody who is being assigned these cases is qualified and able and confident in representing that client? And that they know when to contact an investigator or when this case might need an expert. And really, when you look into it, some of the studies have shown that without that type of oversight, the quality oversight, we have a risk of, wrongful convictions. We have a risk of, sort of an ineffective system. And so these are the types of things that we're really trying to combat while we build this very strong infrastructure. And so I think that's a helpful background to understand why, one, the head of this office needs to be an attorney, right? Because it's an attorney who's supervising attorney work and overseeing the attorney work. But two, there's a lot on this person's responsibility, sort of plate, right? They have the responsibility of exercising that oversight, sort of acting as the leader and counterpart to the public defender's office's liaison, as the sort of contact for all of the various other system stakeholders, right? So if there's an issue with cases or otherwise, there's somebody to go to have that conversation. We require under Executive Law 832-4C compliance with our caseload standards, right? And that is a little bit easier for the public defender's offices because you kind of look at how many cases are coming in, how many people do you have on staff? Okay, do we have the adequate staff who are trained to take those cases? For assigned counsel programs, it's a little bit more nuanced, right? Because you're working with private attorneys who this may not necessarily be their entire, workload. They're doing other things. They're in other counties. And so that's another thing that the administrator and their staff are going to have to get to know, right? They're going to have to get to know the attorneys on the panel. They're going to have to begin to recruit more attorneys to make sure that they're not consistently assigning to the same attorneys over and over and over again and overloading them and not doing it within the rotation that's required by County Law 18B. And so, there's a sort of tracking and a getting to know and all of that comes along with this as well. So there are significant responsibilities, I think, in building this program. Our expectation would be that whoever's in this position would begin to develop a mentor program, right, that we talked about to support the attorney work. And mentor programs are not just for newer attorneys who don't have the experience, right? They can also be for complicated or complex things where maybe you're a very experienced attorney, but you've never tried this particular case, and this person is an expert who can work with that. Similarly, we would expect that they would begin to work on developing protocols and procedures for when a second chair might be necessary. And so that would be maybe when two people would be assigned to a more complicated case, or again, maybe a training issue, similar to might see that in, maybe the district attorney might bring someone along as well, or the public defender's office might bring someone along as well, some of those complicated cases. We would expect them to be working to identify not just setting up systems for accessing investigators, experts, social workers, mitigation specialists, all the things that an interdisciplinary defense team might need. But we would expect them to begin to kind of figure out who those people are, right? And what are the mechanisms for getting those people assigned and engaged in cases quick and in a way that is effective so that they're working to really move forward in the case in a meaningful way. And then, of course, I think what's very important is the other side of it, which is the accountability and being able to sort of review what the attorneys are doing, reviewing their vouchers, ensuring that they are vouchering, their vouchers reflect quality representation, but that they're also accountable for their time, right? We obviously are all responsible fiscal stewards, and we need to make sure that, that there's oversight of what's going on. And so for all of those reasons, I think it's really important to understand that this position would be envisioned really as sort of a leader and a counterpart to the public defenders, and really beginning to, sort of serve in that department head and sort of administrative head position in addition to the quality oversight. And so I don't know if that's helpful, if there's, anything additionally, questions. I will notice, I didn't mention our assigned counsel program standards, but those, we issued standards for establishing and administering assigned counsel programs in 2019. We issued those standards really on the heels of another significant event, which was the transfer of the authority to approve plans for assigned counsel programs, which previously the Office of the Court Administration had. And in 2019, that authority to approve those plans was transferred to ILS, to our office, which makes sense given all the work that we're doing with the assigned counsel programs and with the counties. And so to assist, because as I mentioned, we didn't have really a lot of guidance in 18B or anywhere else, to assist everybody to kind of say, okay, what would be the ideal structure and what are we really looking for? We develop standards. And our goal is to support the counties with our funding and with our support in general to work towards meeting those standards. And one of the standards, of course, multiple standards really talk about what this role of the administrator is. And what a large role it is. And while some of the duties, of course, can be delegated at the end of the day, the buck stops with them, right? They're ultimately responsible for everything. And the other piece of it is that our standard 4.3C discusses compensation. And because we envision this role to be a leader of an office, we recommend that there be parity with the other chiefs in the county. And so, I think to the extent that we can support that with our funding and we can work towards that, that should be a goal. But I'm happy to answer any specific questions if people have them, or if there's anything else, Susan, you'd like me to address.
I know that we had talked to Wendy, Penny, about just some different categories and classifications. So I think we could propose to, instead of having the manager and attorney be at the hiring rate of an assistant public defender or an assistant DA, an assistant county, they could come in at the hiring rate for a chief assistant district attorney. There is that category, which is, under, still another hierarchy. But so the thought was that maybe that's a reasonable hiring rate to try to come in at. And do you know what those figures are?
That would be ILS funded.
Yes.
Where does ILS get their money from?
That's a great question.
I'm just curious.
No, absolutely. So it is interesting because our funding is actually solely from, but mostly from the Indigent Legal Services Fund. It was a special fund that was established it was actually shortly after the last ACP rate increase, so not the most recent one. The one before that we went up to 75 and 60 per hour. And basically it's funded by various, frankly, a lot of fees and fines. So some of the sort of driver's license suspension, reinstatement fees and things like that. It's funded by when the attorneys, so thank you attorneys in the room, pay their bar fees every 2 years, we get a portion of that. We get various other fees, and I'm trying to think off the top of my head. When somebody pays for a criminal history background check, we get a portion of those fees. So it's sort of various things that feed into this fund.
So it has nothing to do with the state budget.
Well, the state has to appropriate our funding in the budget, so it is we are part of the state budget and it is included in the budget bills. But what's nice about it is we're not in the general fund, we're in the special fund, the ILSF. And it was created to supplement the county funding that was already going towards public events, right?
So they can take it away anytime they wanted to.
Well, not really. The funding is very specific under Finance Law 98B that it is for public defense services. It's for us to be providing to the counties. Before the creation of ILS, that funding was distributed, as you may be aware of our distribution contracts, it was distributed pursuant to a specific formula based on population and caseloads and things like that, which we continue to distribute it in that way to the counties, but we now have more funding coming out of it, based on these initiatives, both the Executive Law 832.4, we have now family court funding that's been appropriated by the state in our budget every year. At this point, the funding has been flowing for quite some time. The lawsuit was settled, as I said, in 2014. When it was extended statewide in 2017, at that time, we estimated to the state that it would be about $250 million to, in addition to what was already being paid to the settlement counties, to meet these goals under Executive Law 832.4 of caseload standards implementation, counsel arraignment, and these quality improvement initiatives that we're talking about, things like supervision, investigators. The state committed to that $250 million in addition to the almost 24 million that we're already sending to the settlement counties. And we phase it in over that 5-year phase in, which I'm sure many of you may recall if those budgets are coming in front of you every year. And ultimately now, since 2023, we've had the full amount. At this point, it has been consistently included in every one of our state budgets, and there has not been any question. It's been included in the state's long-term fiscal plan. And the other thing I would say is, aside from the fact that it is the result of a lawsuit and it's a constitutional mandate, so it's something the state has not wavered on for that reason. I think another important thing to recognize is that during COVID, when the rest of the state agencies were being told, you're not allowed to issue any new contracts, you're not allowed to do anything more in terms of the funding beyond the funding they're already giving out, we were able to continue to issue our contracts and continue down the path, in large part because of the state's understanding that this is an imperative and their commitment to it. And our fund itself is very robust. So it continues to generate revenue, despite a lot of the other, sort of economic concerns and fiscal concerns that have been happening in the last couple of years. Our fund continues to generate revenue and we've been in good shape. And finally, what I would say is, we obviously work very closely with our partners. I call them our funders, the Division of Budget, and of course the State Comptroller's Office. And again, some of you may remember that just recently we were able to add some funding to these contracts. So actually, in addition to what we were already funding, we went back to the Division of Budget and we said, look, this funding was projected in 2017. We have seen costs skyrocket in the last few years. And so we're really identifying places where the counties are, if we don't add more funding to these contracts, they're going to fall short. And we committed to funding this and we've got to make it happen. And we were able to look at the fact that we have a significant amount of reappropriated funding, that's unspent funding from previous years. And we asked the Division of Budget, can we use that funding so we can help the counties more? And they agreed to it. So we're able to add that funding to these contracts recently, and we will anticipate trying to keep the contracts at that higher level the next round. And, again, if we need to commit to identifying additional sources of funding, particularly to support this regional program, we're going to commit to doing that because we want to make sure that we're not in a situation where we're setting you up with these infrastructures and everything else. And then, I don't know, what the state has done in the past. We are not the normal state. That's all I'm going to say. And I do think because of the constitutional piece of it is we feel they're confident and they continue.
So basically, in a nutshell, you're saying this person has to have street credibility in order to run the office.
That's a good way to put it.
This doesn't do away with 18B or anything, right?
No, in fact, it's shoring up the ATV program.
Advances it.
It's really enhancing it. And it's bringing you it's creating a more centralized program. And I should mention too, that I really appreciate that we're taking a regional approach here, because I think it makes sense to really pool resources in this way to truly build a program that, can, sort of be augmented and support and offer that oversight of the 18B attorneys. And so there's still individual attorneys being assigned to cases. They're still vouchering as they would, but now you have somebody who's sort of managing it.
Hopefully they're vouchering quicker than they.
Well, hey, that would be even better. Well, and the goal there too, right, is one of the things I don't think we spoke about, and I'm sure you thought about, already, but also being able to put in systems, right, for that kind of thing, right? So we're hoping that we can fund a case management system that will allow for more efficient vouchering. And that allows the administrator to track what's going on in more real time, which is helpful.
It's also removing any perceived conflict between the DA's office, I'm not a DA, the public defender's office, and ATB.
Right now, I'm the person who approves.
Yeah.
Click a button to approve a lot of things for ATD, like financially. So we remove myself from that, which is what I do.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that it puts you in an impossible ethical position to have to even simply approve the financial aspect of somebody who's representing a client who your office probably had a conflict with, an ethical conflict with. So yeah, I think that is definitely number one, is trying to sort of set up that wall, while at the same time opening up the lines of communication so that we're making sure that conflicts are being transferred faster too, right? So that there's no lag, and that will lead to hopefully a more efficient sort of court system as well. So I think there are lots of benefits to that piece of it, like creating a separate program.
Denise?
I know this has been discussed in the past, but is this creating a new department within the county?
We did create a new department, the local law was already passed.
Okay.
And that's one box we can check.
Okay, all right. I know that we had talked about it. I just wasn't sure where we were in that spot.
And were you able to find the info on salary for
Yeah.
where it's in the bed?
Yeah, I was just waiting.
Yeah, I feel like now might be find it.
It would be 128,736 to 157,342.
If I could ask a question, Nora, would it be appropriate to compare this position to, say, those counties that don't have a public defender, just someone who manages the 18B, and looking at their salaries?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously it is, some of it, of course, is going to be based on local salary and scale, but yes, I mean, I think the key is to understand that these positions have significant responsibility, and while it may not be exactly the same as if a chief is still carrying a caseload and necessarily going into court all the time, like a chief public defender, there are all these other sort of significant responsibilities that I think lend themselves to sort of that parity with whether it's people in surrounding counties as well, or and also the chiefs within these counties as well. So,
Are there any counties that just have 18B that you guys think are approaching or at the ideal state?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we've seen a lot of progress in a lot of the, sort of ACP only counties, we call them. But so Onondaga County was one of the original Hurrell Herring settlement counties. And, they are a primarily assigned counsel program county, although they're shifting some of their responsibility right now. And they did a lot of work to create a very robust infrastructure. Now, would their 16-person office make sense For
Right.
this county and for Delaware County, of course not, right? I think you do have to scale it down. But I do think one of the things that they've done really well is understand that you have to kind of have your executive staff who are sort of doing that day to day. Either, they have one person who's doing more panel attorney engagement, one person who's doing more of the administrative engagement. They have, in-house mitigation experts, or, they have mitigation specialists. They have contracts with particular social workers to do work. They have, a pool of investigators at the ready, and they have a great case management system that they've worked really hard to implement, that allows them to get information in real time. So it helps the program itself track what's going on and work with the attorneys as needed, but also, helps with their data reporting and helps with the vouchering. So they've done a really nice job of setting up a really robust infrastructure. Erie County already existed. It's kind of taken it up to the next level. Again, they're a very large county, a very large program that would never make sense for, the Delaware and Otsego size. But I do think there are some elements of it that work really well that can be kind of translated to a smaller scale. Madison County is more recently, turned to us all assigned council, and they are a county department. And again, it's a little bit larger, I think, than what we would anticipate seeing here, but they have similarly replicated the kind of structure that we're talking about, where they have that executive structure, they have the administrative support staff, they have the various specialized professionals that they have contracts with, the investigators and things like that. And they're bringing some other services in-house as well. And so I do think, it is hard because I do think in a lot of the 18B only counties, we're seeing larger programs than we would necessarily say as your conflict provider in a smaller region. You wouldn't necessarily have these, large numbers of staff. But at the same time, I think there are elements, as I said, right into understanding what might work here.
Thank you.
So there was a time when we were not planning on a coordinator, but we've gone ahead with that at your recommendation. Have we posted for that yet?
No, so that's been approved by PSLA, and then we're holding it it hasn't been presented to admin yet to vote on. So I was just gonna bring that through next month when all of these other things are going through at the same time. I have it here. If you wanted to take action on it, you certainly could. This is the form to request the position.
Could you? I would support it today if you want to outline what the position is.
The job description would be, but this was set up to work directly under the managing attorney and to help with a lot of the creation of policy, coordinating, facilitating, just opening the whole program. We also have the paralegal position that was already set, and one idea is to try to hire the managing attorney, the coordinator, and hold off on the lower court staff. Oh, thank you.
When did that come about? That's news.
That was just a discussion recently with ILS as we were looking at the budget, and we really want to make sure that we know how much everything is going to cost. The idea was to let's get 2 people in positions and then make sure that we're still on target with the budget and not, dipping into any kind of a local cost or anything. It was just kind of
So Susan, I just was thinking that from a timeline standpoint, it might be helpful to post for the managing attorney. And then when we have that one in place, to post for the coordinator, so that there'd be somebody in place to interview and so the candidates wouldn't run into a time delay.
Sure.
So there could be some thought to do that. And then my other question was for Nora on the coordinating attorney. Would they also ever take 18B cases, or would they be just doing this as a full-time? It's a full-time position and they would just be organizing?
Administrator, was it the managing attorney?
Managing attorney.
So, that is a good question. Typically, we don't see the managing attorneys and the ACP administrators, however you may want to frame that position, taking a caseload themselves.
Okay.
However, There are times when they need to be there to sort of help fill in the gaps. And we don't have an issue with, for example, if you're having a hard time finding someone to be assigned to a case that is, needs to be, if an arraignment was happening, conflict was determined in advance before the hearing, you needed someone there right away. We wouldn't have an issue with that person stepping in and sort of providing coverage as needed. Of course, they shouldn't be paid additional funding for that. That this would sort of be part of their salary role and being more of a backup and the one thing, of course, you have to be careful with is making sure that you're still avoiding any other conflicts, right? Because when you're managing a panel of individual attorneys, they can each be assigned to cases that may or may not have conflicts with one another as long as they're not, sort of working together on that. So it's sort of being aware of all those ethical pitfalls, but otherwise being able to step in as needed.
How many 18B are within Otsego County?
About 20 on our list right now.
Okay, and those are regularly.
Yeah. And then there's some, random ones that are like, sometimes like there's an attorney that we don't even know because the court couldn't find an attorney and they might be coming from Utica or Binghamton or Albany. There's some kind of random ones like that too. Okay.
So a while back, there was a question about that. I asked both public defenders, attorneys that have submitted an 18B voucher at 25, maybe.
I think it was in the year.
So that for the fiscal year of 25. And it was about 20 in Otsego County and 30 in North County. Thereabouts.
And the coordinator position you're referring to, that is not an attorney.
No.
With a lot of overlap. So we're sharing.
Oh, so meaning that you have 30 and we have 20, but really we might just have 40 together.
So there's 15 main ones from, we're both using.
Okay, gotcha.
So are there any other questions or is there any other things that anybody wants to add? You have any questions?
I do.
Okay, let's.
What was the rate of pay that this was originally posted at? It was posted at 106 through 92 to 130 or 35.
Okay, and does the job description include any information about managing a caseload or doing an mentoring program?
It talks about mentoring, but it does not talk about, I think it says it does not take on a caseload, which to me would not be the same as filling in a gap, but it does, I'm pretty sure it says that it doesn't take on a caseload.
I think that's correct.
I think that's the.
I think I have the job.
And it would have been graded at the level that you're requesting if I knew that there was a law that stated that there has to be parity between this position and chief positions, because our chiefs are at this salary level that you're asking. So, I mean, if I was aware of the fact there was, and I did look through the ILS website, I spent a lot of time reviewing, I did not see that there was a provision that required it. So, I mean, I have no questions if there's required parity between chiefs of assistant VA and the essentially chief county attorney, which is the deputy county attorney, then I feel like case closed as far as that goes.
I don't think there is.
Oh, I thought that they said
It's a recommendation or something?
There's standards, our assigned council program standards, but I will say the standards drive our ultimate approval of how our funding is used, and also which is under the executive law 832.4, and whether or not we would approve ultimately an assigned council plan for the county, which of course once we get this up and running, we can work on with everybody. But for now, yeah. So I mean, I do think Joe is actually right that it's not. It is not in statute. It is our standards.
One of the things I worry about is that there's a limited pool of talent at this caliber of attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
And one of us have the potential of losing one of our top people in the office to this new position, which is really a cake position compared to what I require my chief assistants to do.
Right.
I mean, they're preparing trials and, getting in the weeds.
And looking at other counties, I think, my understanding was that we were probably in line at the other salary, which is one of the reasons why I went with that. I think Onondaga County has somebody part-time working for, maybe 25 hours a week at 80-something thousand dollars or, it's probably, my numbers may be, almost a year old because we started looking at this last August, I believe. But, it seemed to be very much in line at the time. But yeah, I mean, I think that if this will be, 2 grades higher than all of the other, attorneys and, at the same level of a chief with less responsibility. I mean, that is what it is.
I just
mean,
don't
it
want to
causes
lose,
other problems. Oh, yeah, no.
I don't
know.
want to lose one of my top people.
Oh, believe me, she might too, because I'm.
Yeah, we've been down.
Can I just say that I would like to caution us about saying less responsibility. I think it's
Oh,
different.
come,
I think it's different.
Not even
responsibility. I'm
close.
not gonna argue with you.
All right.
Joe, but like,
it's not
it
even,
is different responsibility. I think for decades, we have undervalued the individual AT&B attorney work in the way that we should not be undervaluing it. And we're asking someone to come in and create a brand new regional program with 2 counties from scratch and exercise the level of oversight, put all of these programs in place and then oversee it. It's a different responsibility, but it's not necessarily a cake job or, and I think it would be, frankly, I think your colleagues in some of the other counties who are running these programs really well would be surprised to hear it called that. And I want to caution us about saying that because I don't think that is a fair.
an administrator compared to a trial attorney, there is no comparison.
Okay.
No comparison.
But it is an important piece of the infrastructure that
It
makes
is.
the whole thing.
I'm not saying it's not important,
Yeah.
but I'm saying it's not anywhere near the level of your public defender and what they're required to do. We're required to take the murders. We're required to take the rapes and the high pressure type of stuff that goes on in the county. The administration is a part of our job, but it's the nice part.
But I do feel there is a tremendous value financially to the counties to have some of the work that those frontline attorneys and even AT&B, when they get called in to fill the gap, that they have all of the things they need with good relationships for investigators and for the whole thing that your staff defenders already have in place. To have that in place for the AT&Bs who come in to fill a place where there's a conflict and maybe sometimes get a very difficult case, they have to have those relationships built for them. If this managing attorney can have that in place, I think that's an invaluable asset for everyone to have.
All that's true, but you realize your public defender already has those same skills and that skill set.
No, but 18B does not, to a certain extent.
And I'm agreeing with you that it is a
Yeah.
valuable resource, just not anywhere near as valuable as the people you have at the head of your departments now, in the public defender's office.
Right. I do think that we have spent tremendous amounts of money on 18B attorneys over the years.
Oh, yeah.
So we know, if there's a strategy out there to build them up an office that might be comparable to what we have available to the public defenders, and I think that they are worthy of compensating. And I do think that it's what we ask of them to have ready for us, whether or not we get a robust program or a non-robust program. So it's willing to.
If I could just add, I'm not sure how it is in Delaware, but my experience in Schoharie and also here, from a financial perspective, ATB attorneys are a nightmare. Managing just the finances, late vouchers, it's not clear. There's a clear financial oversight done by the judges or whoever does it. And so in my view, just from the kind of fiscal management point of view, there is, I think it's a good thing to invest and plus up this department. I think my emphasis is a little bit different from Nora's, which is all about, improving the actual representation, and I'm not objecting to that at all. But I think we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that there's a fiscal impact. I think last year, 18B vouchers were one of the biggest users of our contingent account, especially toward the end of the year. So any way we can manage that better, I think will be good overall.
And I want to be clear too, that I agree with that tremendously. I think it's important to have somebody who can exercise that fiscal oversight and manage it in an effective way. Because it is a huge cost to the counties and now to the extent we can reimburse some of it, we try to.
One thing I would be interested in seeing implemented is a time limit to submit vouchers.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I've seen them as late as long as a year. I mean, that's ridiculous.
They usually come in just before Christmas.
I've heard that a lot.
You're right.
Well,
A lot of
if it-
attorneys that store them up.
If it's within the fiscal year, fine, right?
Yeah.
But I think you should have a limit of, 3 months after the fiscal year to get your, because what's it? February is the cutoff
And
for
we
us.
start closing it out.
Yeah.
So I'm close.
We're still paying 2025 vouchers. We just have to use the 2026 funding,
Which
which
is-
throws you
which is
way
ridiculous.
out of balance. Yep.
We
Okay.
typically will work with programs and ACP heads to develop, to help them. I mean, and this is a policy, it would really be reflecting of the county policy. It's not something we would dictate, but to put together those types of policies, right? So that what we like to get to eventually is what we say is like a handbook, right? And it's basically a how to be on the panel. How do you get on the panel? What are the expectations once you're on the panel? And how do you get paid?
Right.
And what are the expectations for your voucher?
Right.
A lot of programs I have seen them put in place policies, at least sort of with expectations that you're submitting within a timely time frame for that reason, because it can really mess up people's budgets. And so that's the kind of thing that I think once your program is in place, they could begin to work on those types of policies.
I have one last thing.
Yeah.
Are all of the assigned counsel programs all headed up by attorneys? Is that a requirement? Because,
Yeah.
okay,
No, I'm sorry, it's a great question. All of so our assigned counsel program standards really mirror what the judiciary had sort of put in place years before us in terms of requiring an administrator to be an attorney. So our assigned counsel standards sort of agreed with that, and we included that in our standards as well, that the head of the program should be an attorney, because as I said, they are overseeing attorney work. And so you have to have somebody there who can kind of exercise that oversight in a way that where they have the legal lens to do so. We do have some programs that are sort of vestiges of before we began doing this work, where the administrator may not be an attorney head, but then in those situations, we've worked with them to put a supervising attorney in place. And so then we've created these other positions that essentially help to bolster their legal lens. And those supervising attorney positions tend to be similar to an administrator position or a department head.
Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground on this morning. Is there any last questions? Any last
Just
comments?
one. So we're the judges in all this. This affects them too, right?
The judges, the expectation, of course, would be that the administrator would begin to work with the judges on what makes sense in terms of, their relationship and their interaction with the judges and the assignments of the attorneys and everything else. So they're not cut out. I think it would be more having that direct line of contact with them and figuring out what the right processes and notifications are and things like that.
It relieves them a lot of work, right?
It should. Ideally, we would get to that point where it would actually alleviate the judge's workload quite a bit. So that would be, and we've seen that in places where this is.
So that brings up another question. Who does the financial check on the client to see if they really need ATV?
Well, here right now, the judges are completely responsible for that. Courts will have people fill out a financial form and hand it into the judge. The judge reviews it and makes a decision. That's what's happening now. In the MOU,
we tried to make some room for judges to potentially delegate some of that responsibility of work to this managing attorney in this program.
To actually check if the application is true or not.
Yeah, and, you know, just get any other background information. So, but it's, from what I understand, it's really up to the judge to make that decision. So some judges might want to continue to do that and hold that, you know, responsibility. Some judges might want to have some assistance. I could see it going both ways. Is that?
To be honest, I defer to the county, and certain counties in terms of what the process is currently. Yeah, but the law is, it assigns that responsibility ultimately to the court. However, the settlement required us to issue standards for determining financial eligibility for assignment counsel, which we did. And in those standards, you have to implement them in a lot of the counties, and what we recommend is that the judges can delegate the screening function. And so essentially, you know, and in large part that makes sense, right? Because the providers would be in the best position to kind of maintain the confidentiality piece of it, right? Of the financial records and financial aspect of things. Anything else that's told to them during the screening process, right? But that ultimately then whoever the screener is would make a recommendation to the court.
Yeah, so the judge would have the final say.
The judges typically always do. We have found that a lot of times once this kind of gets up and running in a way where again the judges have delegated their responsibility, it becomes very easy for everyone and very streamlined in a way that makes a lot of sense. But they're still doing the check, right? And they're still ensuring that people who are applying for counsel are eligible financially.
I do have some further comments. Okay. When Penny and I set salaries, we do so based on the duties that we see described. So in this instance, without them doing the duties that a full-time department head of an attorney's office would be doing, to pay them the same rate creates an inequity. And it creates a situation where now your attorneys that are taking caseloads and are arguing cases and doing all the prep work and working with the paralegals to prepare those cases, they now have an argument that they should be paid several, maybe $10,000, $20,000 more than this person who is basically doing primarily financial and administrative work. So my question to Penny would be, if you took the legal end out of it and you're looking just at the fiscal, I mean, you're looking at a title that's like a business manager. You're looking at somebody that's reviewing vouchers. Our clerk board does that. Her assistant does that. You're looking at somebody who's doing scheduling. Aside from the mentoring program piece of this, the job is primarily an executive secretary that is doing scheduling.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that, but I do think that there's a fair amount of administrative, and I mean that it's hard to compare doing administrative to being in court, because as even Joe said that, you know, if you're in court, at the level of responsibility that you have defending clients is different. This person, however, would be responsible for overseeing that. I view this person as being a higher level than an executive secretary or, you know, even a business manager, office manager. But I mean, I felt that having this person, because this person held an attorney's degree at the very least, should be equal to and parity among other attorneys. And that entry level was the level that we had put this person at. I did not think that this position, because it required being an attorney, should be any less. So that was our starting point. And then checking salaries in other counties basically kind of sealed the deal, because it seemed the range seemed to fall within what other counties were offering. So while I don't know for sure that this person should be at a parity with a chief, if the standards of ILS state that this person should be at this the parity of a level of a chief, then and we're following all the other standards, I'm not sure that I can come up with a reason why not to do that.
Just one clarification. The proposal that we were talking about was a parity with a chief assistant. So not ahead of.
Right, the chief assistant, right.
Of a PD and not the equivalent of the or not the same attorney. One level.
Right, which I still feel because they are carrying a caseload and because they are actively in court. I also have questions about the mentoring piece because what is the obligation of the 18B attorneys to actually participate in that? You have the person who's going to be in this role is a county employee that answers to their county board and the county administrator. Then you have these 18B attorneys that answer to the state. They do not work directly for the county. So if they're not meaningfully participating in this program, sure, you can say, all right, we have a contractual relationship here. So the person in this position doesn't necessarily have to assign them if they don't feel that they are proactively participating in their programming. But I think we're aware that there is a shortage of attorneys. There's situations where you need to have someone on the case. We may not have as much local control over what the 18B attorneys are doing as we might like because they are not our employees. So, I mean, you can have this program in place. How effective it is going to very much depend upon your 18B attorneys and how willing they are to participate.
I mean, I think that's one of the challenges, right, of any assigned counsel program is that you're dependent on people opting in.
Yes.
And I think everybody feels that, right, because there's a shortage of 18B attorneys. I think one of the responsibilities of this position will be to figure out how to enhance their panel, right, and recruit. But and also ultimately, when you get to that point of being able to set standards, it's their responsibility to enforce compliance with those standards. Obviously, you're absolutely right that these people are not employees of the program, but they are still sort of obligated to perform in a certain way or engage in a certain way as a member of the program because they're being paid, public funds to perform a service. And that doesn't mean you have, complete carte blanche to kind of, perform it in the way that you want to. There's still expectations, and it's the person in the, the head of this program should be the one who's developing that and enforcing it. And it's up to them to really engage with the attorneys on that level to make sure that they are hopefully in a positive way, right? It's not, I just want to, cut you off the panel, but rather let's figure out how we can engage with you in a way where now you are doing the things that we would expect to see in terms of quality representation and, fiscal and financial accountability, right? Which is also part of it, and exercising that sort of level of oversight over how people are billing. Because frankly, we have seen that, I think always the best of all of my colleagues, but there are times when people are taking advantage of the fact that no one's paying attention to their vouchers in all of the counties of them. And we've seen it recently in other counties in the state. And so, I'm not sure about arrests, but I have heard rumors. But I think that's all the more reason why you need to have a strong leader in place who can put a program in place, put policies in place, and enforce those policies, and make sure that all of those things are sort of being ascribed to. It's hard. It's a hard thing to do, and to strike that balance in a way where it makes sense and working with these sort of independent contractors, but still holding them to a standard. But I know if I were to contract with someone to do some work in my home, I would expect them to do it at the standard that we contracted.
So I will say my personal perspective from what we have heard today of what the duties, it seems to me that the original salary that was assigned to this is appropriate for the duties that are expected of this person. It sounds to me like there are additional avenues for advertising the role that have not yet been explored.
That's true.
It would be my recommendation, being that we're helping to bankroll this whole program, and we'll be participating in it as well. It would be my recommendation that we at least attempt other means of posting this, to see if we can get some other interest. I think that some of the higher rates too are going to start attracting unqualified individuals. Some of those people that are, like you say, not necessarily experienced in all of the types of cases. You really need somebody with a lot of experience under their belt to do this. But at the same time, somebody like that might not really want to sit and organize other people's schedules, mentoring versus actually like getting their teeth into a case. So I do wonder if that higher rate is actually going to start attracting less quality candidates that think, oh, this will be something very easy that I can do, that I can make way more doing rather than cutting my teeth and getting used to doing what I need to do. So it would be my recommendation to at least try some other avenues of posting this. And I mean, we have not posted it. It's not our job to post, but I can certainly help get the word out. You know, if you do social media posting, things like that, I can share that out. You know, it is a joint effort, and I feel we should be working together more on developing salary, developing and, you know, when the time comes to interview, we'd like to be well involved in that, because we are going to be working very closely with this office too. And, you know, maybe we can put our heads together and get some other ideas on how we want to post it and try and get the word out better. See if we can get some.
This is a full-time position
Yes.
and there's no opportunity for part-time.
I would say with 2 counties and having to build a program from scratch, it would make sense to be a full-time position. I mean, that's my perspective.
I would also say that being that it's a new thing, I think we should keep our minds open to see what's actually needed once we get started. Because to get it off the ground, to create all the policies, to do any, you know, hiring of lower level staff, yeah, I think you will need a full-time person at least initially. If it turns out that once they have everything established and there's just not as much need for it as was anticipated, you might be able to go part-time, but I would say keep an open mind and see what's needed.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the challenge with part-time is always, the competing other obligations. And so I think I agree with you that and I think to get a program off the ground, you're going to need to be able to focus solely on that.
There was some conversation about residency at the beginning before Kenny got here. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, since it's for both counties, I would think that if the person could be, you know, in either county, if you wanted to be outside of the county, or if this, I don't know if this would fall under a public officer's law, the way a public defender or a personnel officer or any, you know, county attorney would fall under. I don't know that we stated that there had to be a residency requirement.
Yeah,
That maybe they felt it was a public, that it would fall under public officers, probably since it's overseeing 18B. It would be able to fall under Delaware County residency or Otsego County residency unless we had a local law providing for.
Contiguous of either Delaware or Otsego.
I could bring that as a proposal through the committee meetings next month for the committees to consider.
How does Delaware feel about that? Contiguous counties? Or
I
just
would
Delaware?
be absolutely in support of that, and I think it might help your recruitment significantly.
Yeah, we're pulling a lot of interest out of Sullivan and Ulster counties. I guess, because there's fewer attorneys here, they're finding work here.
Yeah.
And the pay rates at our independent offices are better than what they're seeing down there.
I also think it makes sense because of the purpose of the office is to eliminate and reduce conflicts. So when you bring somebody in from the outside, there's less chances that they know the people that are, you know, which counties.
Yeah, everything is everything.
Yeah.
They're
I
not
mean, I would
related
be,
to.
you know, agreeable to that.
Okay.
I'll bring that through then next
I
month.
don't know how the other
for
one
approval.
works.
Would it make sense
Delaware,
to
the
actually have it be
contiguous
just
counties to
contiguous
Delaware.
counties to both
Delaware.
counties?
Yeah.
That really opens it up. I mean,
Yeah,
we're gonna get a,
And counties.
Is it, you're hitting as far down as Ulster? You're hitting,
yeah, I'm not thinking Delaware geography, but
Right.
I don't know, maybe that's a good thing.
we did it for the public defender, and I don't think it was a real issue. There are other issues, but not that one.
yeah, I have 2 part-timers working out of Ulster County. They live in Ulster County.
All right.
Come on.
All right. So we way overspent our time allotted to this, but I think it was a very good discussion. And I think we heard a lot of good information. And I think we're ready to kind of wrap it up for now. But I really appreciate everyone's time. Okay, Nora, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you so
Delaware
much.
County, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, well, what's going to happen?
Yeah, thank you.
Everybody's gonna work together here and try to figure out a plan or they come back?
Yeah, actually,
Yes,
what do you want me to do for next month?
I would think that you would want
Just
to,
bring both options kind of, and you guys can think about it
I would bring the local law
for the residency.
For
requirement.
contiguous counties.
into consideration. I'd like to see,
chief,
the
The helper.
coordinator's job approved. The brought for approval, let's say.
And we do have a salary range for the assigned council program managing attorney. And I would like to have it, advertised.
today we should do that.
Yeah, we could have done it long before today. We were working under an email stating not to.
Okay,
so
so,
we
no,
can
I'm
do
sorry,
that.
I didn't realize that.
That's fine.
We-
Probably because you thought maybe things would change in the last month when there was no meeting. I'm not sure why. But I think that there's 100 job postings that we have there. We can put it back on NISAC. There are a lot of things that we can do. I think that the range, the person could throw it in on the higher end of the range. But I think to bump it up too great without having sort of gone through the paces is not a good idea. I think that we should keep it where we have it and post it everywhere where we can and see whether or not we can fill the position. And then if we can't, then I think we should talk about, reclassifying the grade. I agree with Kara that we haven't posted it where we, said we could post it. And if we have the range, we can bring people in higher than.
We also haven't opened it up to contiguous
Right,
counties.
so there's a lot of things, although that will take a little longer, that the public law, you have to have a hearing and
Can you,
that.
the
local law.
when you repost it, can you delete that third requirement about residency? Or-
Yes, knowing that you're working on it, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, if it's helpful, we think that opening it up to contiguous counties, I mean, we could vote on on approving that in this committee today, and then I could hold a special PSLA meeting before the board meeting. And that would jump that ahead time-wise.
It would, because then we could post,
Do
we still have to wait the month though.
Yeah, we have to wait a
Well,
month for the public hearing, but still, I can post it that way anyway.
Right.
By the time we got somebody in there, we'd probably
Okay,
run around at
let's
the
do
same time. So it shouldn't be a problem.
I want to just, for the record, since this is ILS, the state funding the program and the position, our recommendation would be that you do try to bring someone in at the higher level.
Within the range?
I mean, ideally, I would have said to post it at the higher classification, but if you're signing as a county, that that's what you'd like to do, I think, we would like to see someone who is qualified, and who has the necessary experience and ability to really dedicate the time. And frankly, I think at the lower range, you're gonna have a hard time attracting someone who can sort of demonstrate all of that.
So I'm not opposed to that, but I would like to see us make an effort.
Absolutely, I'm just saying if you're
Yeah.
posting at the same range, I would just sort of recommend that if you do get a qualified candidate, that you consider at the higher level.
Okay. Oh, you mean the higher level of
At least
Of
that
the
range.
current.
Right.
the current, okay. And we do that.
We
We-
can continue to discuss whether or not there needs to be additional ILS funding available for the higher classification if you can't get the candidates at this level, but I do think it's an experienced enough job, and the expectations are such that, to attract what you want in terms of a person who's willing to do the job.
Right, and we've done that
They
before,
should be
it's not.
compensated.
Yeah, we've approved people and then they didn't like what they were getting for the salary and we had to get more money.
Yeah, we've done that before. Yeah, in today's environment, so. I mean, I'm willing to make the motion right now that we move to open this up to contiguous counties of Otsego and Delaware.
Yeah, just say it's gonna take 30 days anyway. Yeah, I have a local law.
Yeah.
yes, but this, if we pass it today, we'll allow the county to post it with that in place.
Right.
So that we don't, that we can
We'll
be.
work on a local law. Distance.
Yeah, so that's perfect. So we have a second representative going over thing we want to have it before, you know, for the board. I think I have a template. If you said template that you sent me.
I just wondered who was seconding Representative Wilbur's
We
motion.
are in session.
Oh, I'm second.
Okay,
Thank you.
so we're discussing opening the change, instituting a local law that would allow it to post to hire from contiguous counties to Otsego and Delaware. Just so we're clear. Any questions or discussion on that? Carol, we ready to go to a vote?
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty, Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini absent, Marietta.
I did watch the discussion, so I'm sorry I couldn't be here for the last 30 minutes, but yes, I'm supportive of this.
Powers,
No.
Okay. All right, so that motion does pass with one no.
So I'm now requesting a special meeting prior to.
You can see Carol afterwards for that.
Okay,
I can see
Alright.
it right now.
Well, we're busy here. Let's go.
okay, all right. So I think that we wrapped up this discussion. We're ready to move on. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Laura.
Dude, when you send that information, please send it. in advance, so
Thank
we
you.
have time.
Thank you. All right.
Our thing is Rich Haley. Woman is always. That's in reservation, but
Okay.
get up that way much?
Not anymore, you know, my stepfather.
Yeah.
I used to.
I was just asking.
No, same thing. I miss not all that ground.
Oh, well. It's
Pretty nice ground.
It's not the
same unless you get it.
I did get it.
Well, if you got a good spot, you want to.
Well,
Always
to get up
to
there.
try to figure things out. 80, I
Can't climb the mountain.
You on the side there?
Yep, that guy won't let me cut a rope.
Yes, I'm here. I made it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how-
Yeah, we were actually, yeah.
Waited for you.
I was watching them.
Stuck to the line. And she had to go back to sleep, and now she's in rehab, but she moved on.
Yes. And all my mother knows that, very, to tell her.
That's very small.
Yeah. George is not that easy. I think some of it.
right.
We love it every time.
Denise, we're gonna move on to Denise for all. Denise, you're good on that?
Thank you.
Oh, fine.
Okay, we're ready to begin it. Yeah.
So I,
Thank you, Delaware County.
I emailed a lot yesterday on a couple of policies. I only have one for you that I'm requesting, vote today, and that is the, policy and procedure to use county-owned facilities. And that is one I brought before you. A couple months ago, we talked about, some changes, some proposed changes. And then I left here, with some direction about, adding, the discretion of Public Works. And so the line that I added since our last discussion, is in number 10. And it reads, fees will be charged for building use on days, times other than that of normal working hours, i.e. weekends, holidays, after our events. In most cases, no fees will be charged Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30. However, additional fees may be charged for organization requests that may be out of the realm of ordinary as determined by the Public Works Committee. All spaces will be unlocked before and relocked after all events by county personnel. No exceptions. So I just reworded that paragraph and I added in at the discretion of Public Works.
And I think that's, yeah. We have a motion to accept.
Go move.
Have a second. Any discussion? I think that sums it out really clearly, Denise. Is there any other questions or discussion regarding that change in the policy? So we'll vote on it as amended.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur,
I'm gonna abstain, I was out.
Building.
Martini absent, Marietta,
Yes.
Powers.
Aye.
Okay, so that motion passes.
Okay, so the other two policies I emailed you about, one was purchasing policy, which I emailed last evening. That is for your review. We've gone back and forth, had many discussions with the board and also with department heads. So this is kind of a hopefully captures everything that we've discussed. I want you all to just review it. Perhaps we can discuss it next month. I plan on, we did have a committee going with, I think Tammy Reed and Tammy Harris. I'll send this to them as well so that they can give their input and we can have a broader discussion next time. But I just know this has kind of been dragging for a while and I just want to give it to you.
Right, I think we had, Adrian and I are on that plan too, so. Can I get a hard copy of that?
Absolutely.
Simon?
I have one right here.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
I think at this point, thank you. We had approved it, then we pulled it back,
Yes.
and then there were some
Yeah.
kind of just minor.
Yes, and then, but after more discussion, there was some, yeah, the
Heavy input, I
Yeah.
think,
So,
definitely.
I sent a version or somewhat a version of Dan Hammer too. I'm waiting to hear some feedback from him, but at least it's getting, the ball is continuing to move and hopefully we'll have something finalized. Any questions on that? Okay, the next policy that I wanted to open a discussion about is the credit card policy. And I don't know if everyone's had an opportunity to review that, but I want to propose some changes, but I think this is going to be an ongoing discussion before we finalize anything. And I've asked that Alan be here as well. We've met to kind of discuss some things, he's made some suggestions. And so I can share a few of my suggestions with you regarding this policy and we can talk. Okay. So currently, the way the policy, the way the practice in the county is that the policy reads that the county's department heads should have a limit of $1,500, but we have a number of departments that are all over the place with different amounts. So I would propose that we bring everybody back to $1,500 as their limit, with the exception of several of the departments, like the treasurer's office, they have a $20,000 limit and they need that limit because if there is an emergency, we need to have at least one card that any department can go to request use of. And yeah.
So I have departments, and Alan's here. If they have an emergency or they have a need to raise that amount, they email or call me, and it's always, we put it in writing, and request a increase for a certain amount because of whatever reason. And then the chair of their committee says, yes, I approve that, or no, I don't approve that. And then Alan can raise that.
And I think that's been historically probably what's been happening.
Right.
But then those limits just remain there.
Okay.
So we have departments who have limits of 4,000, 8,000,
Yeah.
because maybe they've asked for it one time and it just hasn't been brought back down. Okay. So what I'm seeking to do is level everybody out with the exception of IT, the treasurer's office.
I think highway.
And highway, because highway pays utilities. So there are those three.
You look at the veterans too, because they just increased that significantly for the
Yeah.
Dwyer.
Okay.
Well, I mean, can veterans just come to treasurer's office and just does it have to be a credit card tied to their department?
No,
I'm just saying for some of these other.
No, they just have their own, because my understanding of that Dwyer grant is that there's a lot of stuff that comes up throughout, so it's just like bam, 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 bam.
That they can't wait for.
Yeah, that's my understanding of why that.
Our regular purchase process.
Yeah.
Monica knows a lot about that policy, but my recollection is one of the things for that credit card, they are allowed to buy food and that sort of stuff because of the unique requirements of and what the Dyer grant is all about. But it's only for that grant, not for everything else.
And it's a specific carve out for that specific department.
Right.
And the grant within
Right,
it.
the
I mean, they can't do other veteran business with that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Don't we have to be there? Isn't there something in all these contracts about credit cards? And, CS, you know, like the sheriff's contracts and all those?
But there's nothing saying we can't require them purchase on their own and then get reimbursed.
right, there's nothing in those contracts, that say anything about credit card use.
Union
The
contracts?
union contracts,
There's nothing in them?
nothing in those that say anything about credit card use.
Oh, that's somebody said something.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
What is the requirement regarding paper receipts, itemized paper receipts, and notations as to what, like if the itemized paper receipt is say for a meal or gas purchase, like what it was actually for? Is it one person? Is it two people? Is it four people? Right? Like what is the
Excellent.
My
Yeah.
opinion would be, only my opinion, if you charge, if you buy something, no matter what it is, that's eligible for reimbursement, you should be submitting a voucher with a receipt.
right? But what if it was purchased on the credit card? I'm asking.
So it is outlined in here, that you should be having a receipt that, including like even if you're ordering something and you get a package, you know, like a packing receipt.
Right,
Every
itemized
purchase-
receipt.
Yep. Every purchase made with you on your purchasing card must be documented with a receipt, which can be in the form of a sales receipt, packing slip, an order form, or registration application. You need to keep all receipts and charge slips for, reconciling your statement. All receipts must contain the following: merchant name, purchase date, description of each item purchased, including the quantity, per item cost, total cost, and the cardholder name. Now, this policy is not necessarily 100% active on what we actually do. So the policy says we putting cards in everybody's name. We are not. We are putting cards in the treasurer's department, the highway department. So there's not an actual person on the card. So some of this obviously needs to be changed. But you should be supplying a receipt with all of these things.
But, okay, so what is the time frame for supplying that receipt? Do you have 15 days, 30 days, a year? What's the time frame for supplying that receipt? And also, what other substantiating information is required, such as I spent $75 on the credit card on a meal? Was that for one person, two people?
And let's back up and say, you're not supposed to purchase any.
I understand.
meals on the
I'm asking,
So there's
asking for a friend.
okay, but there's no solution in here because this says no food purchase, no
Got it.
restaurants. So there's no guidance on that because it's not in here.
So, and having said, so I see a problem with that, but there's a solution for it. We send people off to train, right? Conventions, whatever they are. If they purchase meals, there should be a dollar amount limit on, depending on what the meal is. Lunch should be on them. Because usually it's supplied by the, 9 times out of 10, it's supplied by whoever's putting on the event. So if let's say you buy your dinner, you pay for it yourself and you come back and you submit a voucher with a receipt. That's it. And it should be, not a $75 dinner for one person. It should be, the state has, rates for that, and we could follow the same rates.
I feel like this discussion is gonna go a long way into the weeds, so I think whether we break it out to the efficiency committee or whatever we call that, or I think we need a separate group to look at this and then, bring a more kind of finalized product back
Sure.
to admin, because I think that there's a lot more maybe improvements that could be made, right?
Something tangential to this also is our Amazon purchasing. So that could be like moved into a separate carve out to
Like a
our
policy.
Amazon account.
Yeah, so yes, I think we need to address the Amazon piece as well. Because there are programs that allow for the county to be partners with Amazon or contract where you can, the county will then have access to all of the Amazon purchase, like the treasurer will have access. And I don't, if you know more about it, please jump in, because I don't know a ton about it.
I just know it's a NISAC, and basically NISAC worked with Amazon about 2 years ago to allow county accounts. So IT department wants to buy something from Amazon, they purchase it from the county accounts. Therefore, when they come up, say I bought this from Amazon, we can pull up that's what is from it. Like right now, if OFA buys something on Amazon,
It just
we
comes through on the
don't,
credit
it
card.
comes through as Amazon. We don't know what it actually is unless they supply something, which if it's their own personal Amazon, they may not. So if you had a county Amazon account and you guys question Amazon, we'd be like, no, there it is.
Can I ask a question about Amazon? Can a department head who wants to buy something, you know, say $100, $200, right? Can they get quotes from like Hummel's, Amazon, et cetera, et cetera? Is that okay? Or is it not okay?
So you can get quotes from anybody you
My,
want.
my question is, how does that either work or in conflict with the purchasing policy, buying from Amazon?
Well, I
That's what I'm
believe
trying to figure out.
we discovered during our purchasing policy discussion that there are
Discretion.
POs
And there's POs, yeah. But
for
there's-
Amazon. So the purchasing
Okay.
agent has provided POs. I don't know all the departments that have those. I don't know what they're for. I just know that there are POs that exist for Amazon at this point. So what I can do is maybe, I don't know, gather some sort of group and discuss this. I think,
Choose the same.
yeah, I can't, I'll have to look at my old emails. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
it's
everybody's
Tammy,
You,
and then and then from the business office,
phone.
Kelly.
Kelly,
Yeah,
okay,
and I,
Tammy,
and
Karen.
then Adrian
okay,
and I don't know if anyone else wants to join.
sure, sure.
For the
Or
phone.
have Alan on it.
Yeah, yeah.
I think
Yeah.
Danny Hammer was.
We were definitely he was in the loop on purchasing for sure, Dan Hammer.
Can I ask one other question? Is there anything currently in there on the repercussions if somebody abuses the credit card? Like,
So if you do, then you should have, according to the policy, you can have your ability to use the credit card removed, like the credit card removed. You wouldn't be able to use that.
Or if it was an unauthorized purchase, we would assume like a personal item, they're gonna be paying for it.
Subject to disciplinary action.
Yes, I believe it is. Like, I just am.
so is the lack of providing itemized receipts a violation?
That is one of them. It's, they actually write in here, it's, some of the things it says.
But we should be clear, we're saying
I
this is the
understand.
policy.
Yes, I
moving
understand.
forward.
I'm just asking what actually exists.
The other thing is, you're 100% right, they need to provide receipts, et cetera. But there are times, for example, we go to the damn gas pump, and it doesn't give you a receipt. And I've had it happen to me, I've gone into the convenience store and say, can I get a receipt on pump 4? Oh, I can't now, it's gone. You know, so I mean,
Right, it happens on occasion, but it doesn't happen every time.
but it shouldn't happen every time.
And the way Alan,
We talked about this.
So-
The one good thing with the gas is that if the credit card is used at a gas pump, so someone takes the credit card down and uses it at the gas pump, we can go in and it actually tells you what price you paid for gas, how much you paid for gas. So let's say that you pump $25.
Okay.
You know, $5 a gallon, you got whatever, but you see the charge was $32. It says it there, so then they've been, oh, this person went into the store and paid for it there, and then also bought something because it doesn't match up.
Right.
So if one of these cars are used at a gas pump, you can see that they may not have a receipt, but we can pull.
And then subject to discipline.
For the lawnmower, that?
No, that's the thing. It just tells you how much gas and that's it.
I think that,
Okay.
reading through the credit card policy, there's a lot of good in it.
absolutely.
A lot of the problems is with the enforcement of the policy. Or granting the policy. You spoke about the charges. All charges made against a person's card shall be assigned on an account number by the cardholder by the 3rd working day of each month to allow the treasurer's office time to process the payment. So you need to turn those in. You asked about the timeline. So if you do it in July, by August 3rd, you should have those receipts into the treasurer's office. So I'm not saying that we've enforced that.
Who should be enforcing it? Like, who is responsible for enforcing it?
I would think that between the auditor's office, the treasurer, we should. That's not delineated in there. Who should be enforcing it?
So it sounds like
If there's a
any
weakness in this
policy
policy,
should be.
it's the enforcement end of it, and who's got oversight.
Sounds-
That's my observation with this.
Thank you.
Going forward, we should be looking at that.
Yes, and we also have in attached to the policy is an acknowledgement form, basically saying like you acknowledge if you're going to be using this card, that you're gonna follow these rules and this is, and we don't know, like Alan and I looked at some records, we don't know if we have all of those, we don't, we are not sure, if those all exist. Because I think sometimes what happens is some folks are using the credit card that may not have been the original person who signed that for that card or for that use. So I think we need to get an idea of who has cards, who has authority to use those cards. Anyone who does have authority needs to sign an acknowledgement form.
It also sounds like there maybe in whatever is being revamped, that it needs to be made clear that these credit cards are not transferable to like from one person to the next, because then you run the risk that somebody's using the card without having signed any kind of.
Without signature.
Right, without the acknowledgement, so that they've agreed that they're gonna follow these policies and the rules, and folks may be using the card with never having read this.
That means the card will have to be assigned to a person, not a department.
Well, each card has a number attached to it, so if I have card number 1 and Monica might have card number 2, by the way, the county attorney's office does not have a card. But if we do, I would be 1 and she would be 2, so we would know, or you would know, I'm making charges number 1, county attorney 1, and Monica's making charges county attorney 2.
There are only like 3 departments I can think of off the top of my head, and I think that's about it, that have more than one card. Every department only has one card. And it's supposed to be the department head using the card. That's what's supposed to happen.
Needs to be looked at.
Yeah, and it can be, that's what I mean. Outside of those 3 departments, each one card, like in the treasurer's office, our card doesn't get used often, but when it's used, I'm the one, Andrew may be the ones applying it, but it's either Andrew or either doing it. We both have signed those things because we use it for a different department or whatever.
And there's always the availability, even if you don't have a card, to use the county treasurer's card if there's, and regarding the meals, I know in here it says no meals, and I know we've had a practice of using it for some meals, but in no way is anyone saying you can't purchase those meals. You just may have to purchase those meals and get reimbursement.
Exactly.
Right,
That's
so
the
there's
way
no
it should be.
prohibition of, all the rules still stay the same, but we would just, in practice of this credit card
Yeah,
policy.
that's common practice.
Right, and so Alan and I talked a little bit, and I won't take, I know that we're going, but we talked about like putting some restrictions on what you can use the card for, because things have changed. And one of the things was you could use the card for conferences, you could use the card for fuel, you could use the card for utilities. Those are things that are acceptable uses. Outside of that, there's not really much unless there's an emergency that you would need that card for. And we can talk about that and because there may be other things that come up that you may be able to, or may want to use it, but we would propose like no Amazon purchases, no food purchases, because we can't at this point track that. Okay, so we can put a pin in this for now, and we can get our group going and have this discussion and then come back before you. Is there anything that you'd like to see happen immediate?
So this is, I'm not saying we should do this, not do this, I'm just throwing it out there. Let's say you have an employee, for whatever reason, is at a remote location and stranded, or something happened that they don't have funds. Should we put a mechanism in there that they get special approval from either the treasurer or the administrator to utilize that card for that specific time for that emergency?
So I would say to that, we have not had the credit cards for very long.
Right.
And we always manage to figure things out before the credit card.
Right.
And we probably could figure things out without the credit card.
And that's usually what, if there's an emergency, that's why we can move it back today. Everyone's, this limit is set at 1,500, but that's why the treasurer's card is $20,000. If there's anything that comes up immediately, bam, we grab that card and we don't have to worry about limits. We don't have to worry about anything.
What are you asking? If somebody's stranded out there, don't have any money? They aren't gonna have the credit card anyway.
Well, they probably don't, but you don't know.
That's a great point, because usually it's one.
And I've
card,
seen
the
it,
department has the
the
question.
reason I ask, I've seen it happen.
Well, personally, it happened one time when I was with them. And all I had to do was show my ID and they let me go away and I sent them a check. A couple days later.
I'm just throwing that out.
So as of today, we're gonna move the credit limits to universally be 1,500, except for the carve outs that you had mentioned.
I mean, it's already, they
It's
should
in
be buying meals, right? That's done.
They-
You don't need to pass this.
Right, that's in the current.
It was
policy.
already there.
The 1,500 is in the current policy.
Okay.
The meals is in the current policy.
Yeah. So
So we're just gonna reset to the policy.
Yeah.
And veterans has their own carve out and highway has their own. carve
Veterans, IT, highway.
And IT.
It's veterans, IT, highway, and treasurer's office.
Oh,
Yeah.
So it's
Okay.
just with the exception of those four, which have approval for the amounts that they have. Any other questions? So this is gonna be a process. We're gonna get there. We'll get there all the time.
You're gonna take charge of attempting to set up the county Amazon?
Yes.
You now.
Yes, we will work on getting our county set up with the Amazon account through the NISAC program. Yeah. I think that should be a fairly.
Yeah, as you can tell, there's been a lot of behind the scenes conversations about how we can correct some of these problems. Thank you, Meg, thank you, Denise, Callan.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay, Denise, thank you. Okay, so more to come. We did vote on the one thing. Alan.
Yep.
Karen.
You guys look at my email. We're gonna be here for about 2 hours, but we're gonna actually make this real quick. So it's just all those reports that we usually go over. So if anybody has any question on the reports, email me, but I'll give you a whole bunch of reports. No, I'll make it quick. The only thing I wanted to mention actually here, the auction, I just found out yesterday that we had to postpone the auction until September 30th.
Oh, man.
So that is postponed because we talked with the Supreme Court. They are hearing cases August 3rd and August 4th. By the time they make a decision, August 12th is not enough time to get out and post the properties and market. So I expect to have something signed from the Supreme Court mid-August, which is why the new auction date is now September 30th. When I sent this to you guys, I believe I sent it Monday. There were 57 properties in there. I received a bankruptcy last night and I received a bankruptcy this morning. So that number has gone down more also. That is the auction update. Another thing with the auction is those of you that have been here a long time, usually before we did an auction, we always looked at all the parcels and any landlocked parcel took out of the auction because Alan Ruffles buying a landlocked parcel in Richfield Springs that I don't have any access to just causes problems. So we got rid of that. Well, with the new Tyler versus Henneman, the new Supreme Court law, you can't pull a property from an auction unless you've got very good reason. And landlocked parcel is not a reason to pull. So if we did, let's say there was a landlocked parcel and the county did pull that parcel, we did our usual sealed bid and we sold it for whatever. Whoever owned that parcel could come back and say, you didn't set a fair market value for my parcel by taking it to auction, which is required by law. Therefore, you owe me all of the surplus of what that parcel could have went for. So it really opens us up. So the county has two options. They could sell it in an auction, or they could go get 3 independent appraisals to set the value and then do that, which we'd have to pay for. So right now with this auction, I think there's 2 of them, but we do have some landlocked parcels. We are just putting in big bold on the auction thing. This is a landlocked parcel. You have no access to this parcel unless you are contingent. I mean, that's kind of the best that we can do without opening us up to having to pay a lot more in the end. So
Haven't in the past, we've gone out to bids for those? property?
Yeah.
So we're gonna put them in the auction, we can't go out to bid?
We can go out to bid, but when we went out to bid, we only did it to contingent people because that was.
So if it doesn't sell at auction, then we.
If it doesn't
go
sell
out
at
to
auction, then we can do that.
Which is why
yes.
you should make that disclaimer as
That's why.
visible as possible.
Yeah, because if we don't, yes.
Yes, yeah, because
Law.
And it won't sell.
we don't want anybody jacking out
Yeah.
when they
And
find
doing
out,
that.
oh, it's landlocked, I
Right.
can't do it.
So we're gonna put,
We're on that recycled door.
Yeah.
And we're gonna show up in 3 years.
we have a few parcels that are problematic. That Joe Done Real Properties done an amazing job and has documented everything in deed and all that we're gonna put out there for all these parcels that this is in the deed, this is what's happening. If you buy this parcel, you're these consequences or whatever. So that is new with Plan Launch Parking that we're gonna have. Any questions on the auction? Because that's kind of the big thing. Due date September 30th. Pending we get a sign off by Supreme Court and then on. 57 parcels is a low number also. That's getting back to where we were beforehand. So we do have people paying. If there's
Well,
no.
I do have no question.
Yeah.
Does that extend the date that they can pay?
No.
So that
Date is
date is
June
June
30th.
30th.
Yep. So if you're in the auction, you're in the auction. The only way to get out of the auction is a bankruptcy, which we've been getting. Or there are, I want to say there's 3, but there could be a few more people that have answered that the Supreme Court is hearing their cases August 3rd and August 4th, which is why they aren't signing off until they hear those specific cases. That's the auction. So the resolution that I will need from all of you. Again, so I just got one last month. I increased our Tyler Technologies to 325,000, which we had the money for. I did not include the sheriff's civil service thing that he has. So we do need to pay that. That is already budgeted for in his line. Miscommunication between he and I thought that he was going to bring it. I should probably just bring the whole thing, which I'll do in the future. So I just need to increase from 325 to 340 so that we can pay that. But it is already budgeted for. It's already in there. We don't need to do any transfers mods because it's already there. I just need the resolution.
You have a motion?
So move.
Second?
Second.
Any questions or discussion? Go to a vote. Kennedy? Aye. McCarty?
Aye.
Wilbur?
Aye.
Martini, absent, Marietta?
Yes.
Powers?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Staying on topic of Tyler, time and attendance. We got our bill since we're implementing that, around $12,000 prorated. However, I talked to our sales rep because we aren't implementing it until January, but we're having our first meetings in November. He is going to take care of that bill and take that way down. Tyler Technologies. Our Munis, essentially. Yeah. So that's time and attendance. That is going to be implementation for that. It's going to start in January. About a 9-month implementation. We're having our first implementation meeting for that in November. So that's that time and attendance fee. The last thing with this is that
Does that keep track of reps too?
what do you mean?
No.
Or here,
It sounds like you're suggesting.
We can make it. We'll do whatever.
Key full pilot.
Yeah, there you go.
We can log in remotely every time we go into
Yeah.
our email.
Keep the track.
Sort of.
Probably should.
I know, right? Goes right on there.
How about you?
Staying on Tyler, so I'm sure many of you are aware that we have moved to paying a lot of vendors ACH. Getting rid of checks. We've got the credit card payables. Essentially, we're trying to go paperless. We're trying to make it easy so that when an invoice is approved, there's no check print, there's no stuffing, there's no nothing. They get payment the next day and they're not. We've had several checks lost in the mail that we have to void and reissue. There's a lot going on. So vendors are moving to ACH, which has been great. I think we've got 35 maybe already signed up in our first going. The only thing with ACH is that you're going to get an ACH payment. Your vendor A, you get a payment for $5,000 and it will say on your ACH payment that it came from Otsego County and that the description field you only get like 19 characters or whatever. So I know Carol's office got this, my office gets this all the time. We have vendors calling, I got this check, what's this for? I got this, this credit card payable, what's this for? I got this, what's this for? What's this for? What's this for? And we're always looking at, because they lose track, they lose all this. So there is a vendor self-service portal. So Munis has it. I gave you the quote there for 2 years. We don't have to vote on this now. I want you guys to look at it. So what they do, you are vendor A, you've been an approved vendor with the county. You log into this system, you're giving upon being approved as a vendor, you're given a username and a temporary password, you make a password, and then in this system, you can update your W-9, you can update your mailing information. You can update anything about a vendor as you choose. You can send notes to the county, you can send whatever. And then in this portal, you can also see every invoice that you put in. You can see when the invoice was put in, where the invoice is in the step, when it's being paid, and what it's being paid for. So when people are like, I haven't been paid for 2 months, where's my check? And log right in, you can be like, oh, there's the invoice. Nobody's entered it yet. Department head must have entered it. Oh, there's my check. It went to the auditor's office on July 1st. So therefore they're reviewing it now. You can see everything to know what's going on with your specific invoice, which will cut down the phone calls and work with them. No voting on that now. It's not a big, I want you guys to see the quote because I'll probably bring it back next month as I look into it more and send more details. And I can see how many people we have for ACH and all of that, but that would just cut down. And more vendors don't want to work with us because we're not just paying by check anymore. We've got quick ACH.
It's about 8,700. Is that the one? That
Yes. So it's 8,700 a year. Your first 2 years, 25,000. That's your first 2 years, and that's implementation. And then it's going to run right about $8,700 a year every year after that. Every vendor will be able to see everything, update all this stuff. So I wanted you guys to all aware of that. So I'll bring that back next month, please. More.
All right.
Any questions on that one? Perfect. I put the health insurance stuff there. That's just for you to review. We can go over it. I should bring this to PSLA, I think, but I just want to make sure we're tracking this ambulance stuff. So ambulance in 2025, now that our audit's about closed, ran a surplus of approximately $350,000. We've been transferring that to the ambulance reserve in the past. I'll actually bring that exact number to PSLA because it probably should go through there first, I would think, right? I mean, come there with Rob.
Be nice, thank you.
Yeah, so we can transfer that money into the ambulance reserve, or you can decide whatever else you want to do with it. The thing that I talked to Rob about and Representative Wilbur and I talked about, the ambulance right there is essentially paying for itself, except for fringe costs. Fringe costs the county covers for everybody. If you put fringe costs into this, your health insurance, your retirement, your stuff, now the ambulance is running a deficit. Fringe costs, as we know, are quite expensive. But right now, the county pays for every department's fringe costs. I can calculate it manually by department, but that's just something to be aware of.
I'd kind of like to know that figure at some point.
Yeah, I can bring that to PSLA. And they're estimated figures. I mean, well, the health insurance or the retirement, all that is perfect, but the health insurance is estimated based on, but it's a decent estimate. So I'll bring that to PSLA. I'll come with Rob to do that. And then if they vote, we'll bring it to admin and we'll move that money into the reserve.
For all the flack we took when we were putting this through, it makes me feel good.
Yeah. So that was their surplus.
You should feel good. That's good news.
And then you said we got called. Also put service in place.
So that, and then jumping, so like I said, all those reports there, if anyone has any questions on those, all those reports I send, so don't take a lot of your time, just call me, email me. Real property, we had the 2 exemptions we were talking about. I talked with Phil on Monday.
Yeah, IGA hasn't talked
Yep.
about it.
Phil said he has that on his IGA agenda for next month, so I'm gonna come with him to IGA to talk about the veterans exemptions. One. The fallen police officer, we can also talk about there as well. The last thing that I have for real property is Eagle View. I don't know if anyone was on our big Zoom that we had for June 30th with Eagle View at my quarterly assessors meeting. The assessors are very excited about Eagle View. Neighboring counties have Eagle View. Eagle View is also very expensive. Just because we're in the public, I don't want to share that number, but what they have, I can share that in executive session or share with you all of you at some point. I had been working with all of the assessors, all of the towns. Every town pitch in a small amount of money. The county could pitch in a small amount of money, breaking that out because it's really for everybody. The assessors are kind of weighing that now. They think the county should pay for it all, but I'm like, there's no way the county's going to fund that whole thing. They're going to need some help. We're also going to work with emergency services and the sheriff, possibly the ambulance, because there are grants out there that they can get because this is a tool that's used for highway, for emergency services and for things like that. I will share the quote with all of you over email later. But we are trying to move that forward. We're just trying to make it so that everyone pitches in a small amount, everyone uses it versus the county just pitching a very, very, very large amount. Unless that's something the county's interested in.
Right, and any grant possibility.
Yep, to cut it off.
Yeah.
I
Just for the sake of that, I could possibly be more against it.
Eagle View? Yeah.
If you put mine, this guy's right home, Fairlane, so.
Yeah, and you make a great point. I just want to make sure that I compared it to, and it is the view, like seeing in someone's window. Just be like, this is not a live thing. Like they go around, so you get to pick. It's 6 years, you get 3 flights, so you go every 2 years and they just fly over, and the view is phenomenal. Like I said, it's light you can see. I mean, it's not, this isn't a live camera. It's just a screenshot that you would see, and it's good for public safety. I know across the state, SWAT teams use it. They've got to go on a building. A lot of counties' highway departments use it. So instead of going over all over the roads and seeing it, you can actually see the shape of the road right from your computer versus. So yes, I get that point.
But you did say that it was like looking at someone's window.
Yes, I did. Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
It is. And that's why I just want to make clear, it's not a live feed. It's just a shot. But I did that to compare like how good they look. Like it's real.
So
Did you? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So this was brought up at the town board meeting last week.
Yeah.
And two of the councilmen were both hugely objectionable.
Yeah, for the same reason.
Exactly like that. I said, I don't believe that's the way it works.
Yeah.
I don't believe they're looking down on you, watching you every move. But it's 3 shots in 6 years or something.
Yep. Whereas the state runs once every 5 or 6 years, and the state, I'm never going to get this right, but the state is like a 12-inch lens, whereas Eagle View is like a 2-inch lens, which so when you're looking down on these shots, you can see like cracks in roads, shingles on people's roofs, so you can see like the shape that things are in.
But it's not live.
Yeah, it's not live at all.
Can you, is there a possibility to get the comparison shot of the current aerial and then the same shot of a new aerial?
Yeah, I'll put that. I can just send that out so everyone can just
Look at
see.
Jim's house for us.
Yeah, I'll go right down to
Well, I caution the town board, but they might see if they look at my house. So they said,
Yeah.
okay, maybe not.
Yep, that's a good one. I can actually do that. Yep.
You can't, with the one shot that the overview that they do, that one thing will not look into the window.
No, it doesn't.
Right.
That I made a bad comparison that day. I was just trying to say how good the view is. But yeah, you can't. They're just looking at houses. You can angle it so you can see the size. You can see like how tall something is. But yeah. So, but I will do that. I'll send a current shot of what this house would look like, and then what it looks like in the Eagle View.
That's an invasion of privacy, isn't it?
Well, so for this, it's for these public safety, for highway, and for the assessors.
Do they have a new garage?
Yeah,
Do they
I have a
put
new
deck
garage
on the house.
You know, like if you look at
not
It's none of their business.
well, it is because that's
It is.
tax money.
It is.
And it's
If they have
building
a
permits. Did they get a correct permit? Are they paying the tax on
Not
that?
getting permits.
Yeah.
So Alan, is the main benefit of having this that it's done you said they do a sweep every 2 years?
You can do like sweep every year and then skip the next 3. You can do a sweep 1 year, then skip 2 years. You basically get 3 sweeps any given time within 6 years, or you can pay more and you get 1 year worth.
It's incumbent on the assessors to actually look at this, to update each town's assessment. So they could be just as behind on their
If they-
evaluations if they don't look at it.
They should be a part of the.
They should pay for it.
They should be a part, and like I said, and if the county can get the grants, highway can get a grant, emergency services can get a grant.
Representative Powers has
They're not
another
gonna
comment.
Okay,
Yeah.
in Unadilla, if they have a car, the tax assessor goes around, drives around, time, gas, mileage, insurance, everything on his car. If they could substitute that
You
money
just- yeah.
for this,
This is
looking at the
this is
test,
costly.
that's where,
Yeah.
the balance has to be. So, I'm sorry.
So in my town, they decided that they have a barking dog problem and they're gonna put a audio recorder out there so they can catch this dog barking. And on top of that, they're talking about eagle view, and I told them they could just pound it all. And I was very polite, yeah, you can put it surveilling all your residents.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that, yeah, and the way I explained it is that, but Eagle View is not surveillance, it's a one-time shot in a moment in time. It's the exact same thing that's run now, it's just way higher quality and run more than once every 5 or 6 years. Yes, resolution.
And still, again, the towns have to use it if it's to be of real value.
Yeah, and where the county benefits, the towns use it for the assessing to find where people didn't get building permits, codes, things like that, but the county could use it for, Rich can look at the highway. If something happens with the sheriff and they have to look at a house, they can look at the pinpoints in the house. Emergency services, if there's a fire, they can pull it up real quick, things like that.
Okay.
So that's what that is. I have the stuff I'll send. And other than that, I have to go in executive session to discuss an RFP. That's all I have on my agenda unless anyone has any questions for me.
Okay, would you like to do your executive session at your medals, like at the end of the meeting?
Whatever's you need for you guys. Thank you,
Okay,
Becca.
so let's do that.
Good. Any questions? Anything else?
Thank you.
Are you gonna be available at the end of the meeting? As Mr. Wilson said, for a ban for a low amount of 400,000. I mean, that financially
Feasible?
feasible.
Yeah, you can talk. Probably should pause you right after. Yeah. No problem. I'll be around. Just let me know when executive session starts. Want to know? I'll be right in the office.
Any declarations yet?
Well, good. I have the beginning implementation stuff.
Great.
I've already talked to them. To be honest, I haven't started. It's a lot of like, okay, build this letter you want to send out. Build. So we're building. Nothing. We haven't actually done anything yet, but yeah, it's all there, ready to go. I have all of the stuff. So that's all they're doing. I know that they're currently, for lack of a better word, like mining all the sites to see who's renting. So they're starting to build our dashboard, but we have to do, and the registration and tax portals can go online and do that.
Great. Okay, thanks, Al.
Yep.
We'll see you in a little bit. Okay. Now Barnes.
Good morning.
Good to know it's still morning.
I was wondering before I said it, yeah, just barely. Okay, so I have just a couple compliance things for the committee. But you probably remember last year, we have a bunch of policies that we need to put in place. I've been reviewing them with Monica and Penny, and we are then bringing them to you for approval. So we've got the next 3 ready to go, which is our compliance education and training policy, conflict of interest policy, and discipline and enforcement of compliance standards.
Is there any reason we can't approve all 3 at once, or do we need a separate vote?
I think generally you've done them all at once.
And these are updated in any way, or are they?
So these are templates provided to us by Bonadio. They haven't come in front of you yet, but because they are templates, we've tailored them based on county attorney input and personnel input so that they fit our county policies, the
any legal ramifications that we think should be included. So we've made a few tweaks to them, but most of it comes from Bonadio.
I'll make a motion. For all approval of all three.
Second.
Any questions or discussion on the policies?
And I do have one question for the committee, if that's okay, Meg. So in the conflict of interest policy, number 18, says outside employment may not interfere. Yeah, Otsego outside employment may not interfere with the employee's ability to perform their job with Otsego County. In addition, Otsego County employees may not compete against Otsego County, work for its competitors, or have any ownership interest in a competitor. And we did not have a very well-defined idea of what we consider a competitor. I don't know if the committee has any input on that specific item.
I think it could be fairly well, like if you're working as a, I don't know, a highway person, and you can't then say, I'm gonna subcontract as to get bids or something for,
Right.
I don't know, it's kind of.
Maybe anything that has a financial interest.
Monica, thank you.
I think one of the places it came up, Paul mentioned, for instance, in community services, where a therapist also has a private practice.
Yeah.
And there's a possibility that they're, for lack of a better word, coaching county clients. That was the context that it was
Like,
first
you don't
brought up.
need to make another appointment with me with this office. You can come and see me on a Friday at my own place.
Exactly, and I think it also kind of came up at the beginning of our compliance meetings about perhaps a need for a moonlighting policy. And now I don't remember where that went, but
this sort of is a beginning to that, so.
Yes.
Was there any discussion about allowing, because I know we talked about this with the moonlighting policy. Has there been any discussion about having Otsego County, like having someone approve the outside employment?
We didn't discuss that specifically, but I think that is a good idea. Trying to think of other areas where.
I'm just thinking like this is some, like, just, we're talking about making it broad intentionally, but it's also like, well, my understanding and your understanding might be different, and I might have an argument saying that I can do something and get paid for it, where maybe collectively the board is like, well, that's not how we see it. So do we want to put something in there where we have to approve?
Not in the conflict of interest policy.
Well, in that number 18.
But if you look at 17,
that's
right above that.
Uh-huh.
Employees must seek guidance and approval from appropriate management personnel prior to pursuing any business or personal activity that may constitute a conflict.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know who that appropriate management personnel is. You
Mhm.
might want to define
Right.
that, but I think that may cover that.
I feel like it.
You also want to be, I think there should be an approval process. I forget what the form is, like for the state. If you have a part-time job on the side, you have to fill out a form, you can approve it to do that. But on the other side of the coin, in today's financial environment and the county's lack of ability to provide sufficient salaries,
Like there's leniency there too.
you need to be a little careful with
Yeah,
that.
for job, for retention, but also granting some.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I think it's a balance for sure.
Question. I think the county already has a broad conflict of interest set of requirements, at least reporting requirements. Is this intended to supersede all that? Is it just related to people who deal with Medicaid decisions?
So I think this is going to be working in tandem with that. This policy requires a conflict of interest statement to be completed when somebody comes on with the county, and that would be board reps, department heads, elected officials, people of those nature, not every employee. Those records need to be retained, for its, review, should we be auditing what's coming up, something I need to be able to those. So this is not gonna negate what Carol has been doing or the ethics law or the ethics board.
The disclosure form is what we complete. This is the policy document. Really hasn't been well vetted or well, that's like, this expands significantly on what's on that disclosure form, but this is not the disclosure form.
That is,
They go together.
Not
That's
have
correct.
comment.
Correct. I think that's one of the things that Penny, Ellen, and I were trying to tailor to Otsego County is we were comparing it to, for instance, our ethics policy to try to make sure that we weren't in conflict with any of our existing policies. So the intent was not to supersede anything. It was to, exactly like Ellen said, be in tandem with.
And so this applies to all employees or all employees that are or may be involved in Medicaid.
It not just, it's not limited to Medicaid. Our compliance policy, I think at the beginning, the first one that we adopted says it's everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, as far as being compliant in the eyes of OMIG, that's countywide, every single employee. As far as doing some of the disclosure statements, the disclosures are a little bit of a smaller
Does
subset.
this apply to elected officials?
Yes.
Yes. Specifically in the policy.
So shouldn't this been filled out before they run for election?
It should be, so I believe it should be filled out when they are starting the position, when they're going through the orientation process. And if there ends up being an issue, then it would get recorded and compliance officer, county attorney, county administrator, personnel, potentially the board would end up weighing in on how to resolve that conflict. Because it may not.
I would, yeah.
It may not exclude you from service. It just means your service has to be now managed around.
Right, there's many different ways that you could.
It may mean I have to quit my full-time job in order to run for a part-time job.
I don't know that that would happen very often, that the conflict would be at a level that they would have to quit their full-time job. I suppose it's possible.
But if you're elected, they,
They
a
want,
different standard. I'm just saying that if as an elected county rep, if you have a competing business with Otsego County, you should disclose it. Common sense is that you shouldn't be competing with Otsego County because it's a conflict of interest. If you were to compete, then that would go to I assume to our ethics board. The bigger question is what the ethics board can actually do to that county
Or
rep.
if
That's a bigger
owned a
question.
big interest in a company that did business with the county, then the attorneys and everyone would just figure out how you had to recuse yourself on specific votes. Like you could still vote for many, many things that we vote on, but when it came to this specific thing, this asset that you were part of, you would have to be removed from that discussion.
But I don't think anyone could make you quit. You know what I mean? I at least an elected official.
Oh,
So you're safe.
well, I
Okay.
just think it would be nice if whoever was considering running knew all of it before, and it might.
They've never run.
Well, that's it.
there are many things people might want to know.
It's true. I wait there what I know now.
Okay.
Why waste your time?
So moving back to the three policies, do we have any further discussion or comment on those policies before we vote?
So is there any changes they want to make before we vote on it, or is it something we're gonna amend later?
If I could, that one I brought up, I think that we could handle that with the moonlighting policy. Like, I think it's fine the way it reads, and then we can just like specifically put it in the moonlighting policy, like who that person is that would be approving it. So I don't think any changes, at least with my comment.
That would be fine by me. I think that's a sensible approach.
Okay.
There is some the conflict of interest policy does have some overlap with the disclosure form. I mean, if you just that bottom section where you're checking stuff off, but I mean, I don't think it hurts anybody.
Yeah, and these policies, we can always amend if we find out that there's an issue later on. We have to review that at least once a year. So as we see how the policies are working, we do review them and we will continue to refine them as time goes on.
Okay. Anything else before we vote? Okay.
I'm sorry, one
Jocelyn.
quick
I
question.
think 11 o'clock came and went. Yeah.
I know before we've talked about who actually, the disclosure forms that, for example, we fill out that, Carol collects and, there's, the ethics board is supposed to be reviewing those, but bigger picture, who is going to review all of these forms?
These will occur first during the orientation with personnel, and then any perceived conflicts would come to myself currently as a compliance officer, and then I will reach out to county attorney's office, county administrator as necessary, and kind of look at those from a multiple perspectives and then and go from there. So
Is that, do we have that written anywhere?
It's in number 8.
No, okay, in number 8 on the policy itself.
Yeah, it says that very shortly, the completed conflict of interest disclosure statements are reviewed by the compliance officer and the county administrator. And if necessary, appropriate actions and adjustments are made to avoid possible conflicts of interest. The compliance officer will report significant concerns regarding the conflict of interest disclosure statements to the compliance committee and the chair of the board.
And we have tried to do that with all the policies, so it's not just one person being given the power and authority to make these decisions on their own.
That's
great.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Anything else? Jocelyn, we'll go to the vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur, Martini, absent, Marietta.
Yeah.
Powers.
Okay, that motion passes.
Great, thank you. I've got just one other thing that doesn't need a vote, but want to put it out there for the committee and get any feedback if there is any. Our contract with Bonadio, who is our compliance consultant, ends November 1st. I would like to send out an RFP to continue having consulting for the compliance program. I would hope to do another 3-year contract similar to what we have currently in place, use basically the same criteria for the RFP, but wanted to get any feedback from the committee.
Funding for this is shared among multiple departments that get Medicaid revenue.
And we don't have an extension on the Bonadio,
We are in the last extension that we have currently.
so it makes sense to do a new RFP.
Great, that's all I have.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you.
Right. There. Aye.
So, IT is looking for a board resolution for computer purchase, insights through the Omnia contract 23669203, account code 81680-20020, to exceed 72,000. The bulk purchase of computers to refill our stock. Prepare for next year. So moved. Second.
These are in your budget for this year? Okay. Okay, any other questions, discussion? Go to vote.
Kennedy.
Aye.
McCarty.
Aye.
Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini, absent, Marietta.
Yes.
Powers.
Okay, that motion carries.
We have 2 other items. I think we can do them together. I'm not sure. Set up a new APO for Insight to purchase and replace broken hardware. This is for $5,000 a year, as well as a new APO for link imaging for $5,000 a year. Both of these are going to bring us up above 10,000, which is why I'm asking for admin.
Okay, you can move.
So move.
Second.
Okay.
Questions or discussion? Go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty,
All right.
Wilbur, Martini absent, Marietta,
Yes.
Powers.
Hey.
Okay, that motion carries.
Thank you. So I don't really have any more requests for today, other than if you have any questions about the information that I sent out earlier in the week on our workstation situation. No?
I'm totally confused, but that's okay.
Good stuff.
I'm just not confused at all.
Oh.
What's a workstation? I mean, how is that? I mean, what, I mean, it's not gonna interfere with the county email, right?
No.
We're saying .gov, it's not
Right.
where this is .otsego or something or.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with our domain. So our workstations are what we hand out to each individual employee. So like a basic little computer, right? Or we have a laptop that we give them, or they get both essentially. So it's a significant investment by the county to buy these resources, and then we hand them out. So I just wanted to give you a status of.
So that's almost like interface in who works here.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You're just saying that our past approach is one computer per employee, but could we look at some different models that might be more cost effective? Because your report says that our cost has doubled over the last 4 years.
Yes. Yeah, that was, I'm kind of laying a baseline so that you guys have this information so that I can bring it to you down the road over the next year or two that we'd like to go in this direction.
Right.
To, because there's not gonna be any end in sight now. They're going up.
So, for example, some employees have a workstation and a laptop. Is there a reason why, the person with a laptop that needs a workstation doesn't have a docking station?
They often come with docking stations, right? So the idea is to put their docking station at work, right? And then they can bring their laptop wherever they go. And then they don't need the extra workstation, essentially. And maybe about 30% of our employees, the numbers are in there off the top of my head, have both. So we're gonna try to kind of whittle that.
Yeah, that seems like a.
Makes sense to think about that, yeah.
Any other questions regarding the workstations?
I'll talk to you out in the hall.
Okay.
He wants a workstation.
Yeah.
I need to figure.
I want to hear this conversation.
Everyone else does.
As for the IT charges, did anybody have any questions for those? And I should. The credit
You mean
card.
credit card?
Oh.
Credit card.
Oh.
Yes.
No.
So Kelly emailed me after Mike, and she asked some very good questions. Your department pays a lot of stuff monthly for everyone.
Yes, sir.
All right. I think, like I said to her, I think if you make that announcement to admin of what pay monthly at the January meeting, then just during the rest of the year, you're saying, pay the monthlies, we pay the month, we don't need a whole list every month of all the monthly ones that you pay.
Okay.
But the acknowledging that they pay, that's why they have a higher limit on your credit card. There's a lot of money.
All the discussion lately about credit card purchases, I thought it was appropriate to kind of lay this out.
And have
for you.
clarity.
And then from January, I'll give you a report on if anything's changed.
Yeah, Time Warner Spectrum accounts, yes, Verizon for county and 911, all NICEAG for E911, Otsego Electric. And that, all those pay monthly, they're all agency.
So, and that makes sense, that, Eva.
And one more thing, if you don't mind, this isn't on the discussion item, but you were talking earlier in the meeting about recycling.
Oh, yes.
I didn't want to jump in there because the guests can't hear me talk there, but we do recycle everything. We do wipe everything before we're recycling, so we're wiping our.
Great.
So we're taking precautions. So
Good to hear it said.
anybody have any questions for me?
Okay, thanks. Okay.
Do it.
yes, Susan's executive session.
That's right.
Are you gonna talk about this resolution?
For the
You
finance.
already talked about the SNAP.
Oh, we did talk about SNAP.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we
Thank you.
put it to,
Oh, okay.
the
Delay.
Department of Social Services is gonna talk about how to tailor it to our county.
So that's not gonna be a resolution request?
No.
This one's, okay.
Not this one.
Okay, thank you.
We're gonna bring it up at HSC next.
Okay, and then let it go to.
Yeah, then come to admin.
And then basically September.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yes, okay. So, Dan, do you have your,
That's right. I make a motion, we go into executive session for the medical, financial, credit, or employment history of a particular person or corporation or matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a person or corporation.
we'll also cover Alan's requests. Alan Ruffles wanted to do an executive session also for a contract, I think he said.
Contracts.
Which? An
I thought it
RFP,
was on-
so
It was
that
already
covers.
the same thing, yeah.
Same
Okay,
thing,
thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that covers it. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, and we are gonna come back into session?
Yes, because we have.
Okay,
Like the.
okay. All right. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and we're inviting in county administrator, we're inviting in county attorney. Public defender, Susan, of course, you. And
Treasurer.
treasurer, yeah. Okay. All right. And Monica. Okay.
I can go back to the office. So I unfortunately, with induction stuff,
Okay, and I think that
I have to go
take a
back.
short break while we wait for, wait, can we take a short break? Can we stand?
I was just gonna make sure
Okay.
she's coming back in because I.
Thanks,
go back to
John.
my-
Oh, you're welcome. Okay. Okay, we're live now. Motion to return to open session.
So moved.
Second,
Sorry.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're back in open session. Okay, Dan, Representative
So-
Glover.
In PSLA, and it was approved in PSLA, I asked for a resolution to approve a ban or a bond, whatever works out to be, and now I've heard.
Excuse me, I think this public works, not PSLA.
Right.
You're correct. Thank you. Thank you for the correction. To approve a site assessment, I'd asked for 400,000. Originally, figure was 1.8. We researched it, and for what we want to do at this point in time, that's not necessary. There's a lot of things we cut out of it.
Right.
What I'm looking to do right now, or recommending we do, is do a complete site assessment of the property down there. Primarily to map out where, if and when, if ever, not saying we will ever build one, but a correctional facility, where that would need to go, so that you reserve that portion of the land. If we want to expand that to include, which in this initial one did include jail, public
Highway.
fire training center, and highway. If you want to expand that to include office building, that's been in the back of my head for years because of this building. I'm thrilled to include that.
Here's what I did. I call it Mohawk Valley Economic Development. Because I couldn't think who else to call. I said, what would you know about this? And she goes, oh my God, you have a lot of resources available that won't cost you anything. The state department, we have a state department.
Yeah, we have
Department of State.
She said they set up campuses all the time. You don't have to spend any money. Now, I don't know if any of this is true.
Okay.
That's what I was told. She said, but there are a lot of resources you could use to help you develop this property. You know, you need to think about where the heavy traffic areas are going to be, where people are walking in and out, the handicap accessibility to this and that. She said, you need to, you know, and I suspect a lot of this will happen not only after we have left office, but maybe even when we're dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she said, you need to have a much broader view of what you're doing than this. I said, okay. So she suggested that we get busy and we call these people that could help us without spending any money. Save the money for the building. Like you said, you could build it today and build it wherever, but she said you need to back up. You just got the land, right? We just got the land. And start looking at this holistically and not just start trying to accommodate. And I agree with you. Their fire training center is abysmal.
Can't use it.
Can't use it. It's terrible. I think we're just trying to and I understand you're leaving and you want to get this done before you leave. I get it.
Well, it's not going to be done before.
No, but it's
not
started. But I just think we need to slow our roll here, and so I think.
So, I actually agree with both of you, and I'm also cognizant. I think the whole board supports the fire training academy as fast as we can. But I don't think you can develop that site without a comprehensive, detailed site plan. It's not, when Denise and I talked with Graham about the initial thing, he said there are two approaches or two levels site plan. One, he said kind of dismissively, you just draw rectangles on a site and we're done. But he says you shouldn't do that. That's inappropriate because you've got to go through
Graham from
an
SMRT.
operational.
Graham from SMRT.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is Graham from SMRT. And you got to talk to people to see in order to develop the correct footprint. But more importantly, to start to get an understanding of the internal circulation above ground and where you lay the utility lines. And this is going to be pretty complex, Cause you got highway operation, you've got the fire training academy, including, you're gonna need big space for live, what do you call them, live fire trainings or something? They need to
That's
have a
the-
place to do trucks.
Right.
And of course, you've already talked about all that's involved in the jail, including a security perimeter. You need to lay all that out, including taking advantage of a lot of the grants and stuff that Jim was talking about. We already know, for instance, this master site will need a sewage treatment plant at some level, some way. There are grants for that. Same for what, possibly more wells or possibly more drinking water treatment facilities, to name just a couple of things for which there are grants available. In this sense, I part company with Jim, because which of us has the time and the technical expertise to pull all that together? I think we have to spend some money now to move forward on this, in part because there is such urgency, especially with the fire training academy. You pointed out it probably won't pass codes.
I know.
God help us if somebody comes in there and shuts the whole thing down, even though now we're sort of not using it. So there's some urgency, and I don't think we should play around with our limited resources, but move forward on this as fast as we can. I don't know what it will cost. Rough order of magnitude, very rough order of magnitude. SMRT, I think they said 274 or maybe 374,000 for their operational.
That's correct.
Multiply that by 3.
That's correct.
You've got $1 million or pretty close.
So where I came up with
That's
100,000, where I came up with 100,000 for them. So we're understanding where these numbers are coming from. Was on their page, they said site investigations, recommended allowance, which will be spent as needed on geotechnical analysis, wetland delineation, and site survey. Now, we've already talked about the wetland delineation going through soil and water.
I actually yesterday got an email. I have that NCRS or something like that.
Yeah.
My personal opinion,
No.
my personal
Yeah, I
opinion
know.
is that we don't need the level of planning for a correctional facility at the 274.5 figure at this time. Is my personal feeling.
I'm going to disagree with you.
Okay, so if the board, I would accommodate that if you want to override me, whatever. I just don't think it's whatever.
So your suggestion is, and this is where I would just really want to be sure.
I'm trying to get away as cheap as possible right now to satisfy everybody's concern.
Correct.
That's what I'm trying to do.
So, and I'm wondering if that could actually be something that we could maybe do. For example, is this for the 100K or the 40? So the complete site assessment, I feel like if we get somebody to do a complete site assessment that maybe just generically measures things that are measurable, like, well, we have the wetland map already, but if we have to do some other maybe soil surveys, whatever kinds of
And there is some
assessments
overlap,
that they
so we
do.
need to figure that out. Well, we can't figure out anything if we don't have money to do it, right?
So I just would
Thank you.
like to understand that if we started these projects with one plan in mind before we owned the farmland. Then we own the farmland, which is game changing for everything. But it also kind of puts a brake on plans, because now we have this new piece of land And we want to maximize everything that we can possibly get out of it at the lowest amount of cost involved. So we may eventually want to use some of that land as recreational. We have the opportunity to relocate our highway and relocate the fire training center and then work about a jail. These are all things that we had no idea we would have the opportunity for that even 2 years ago. So I think it makes sense to proceed with caution, but I also wonder, is there any value that can be gleaned from going forward with something today, or does it make the most sense to be like, okay, we're just putting a full stop on it all and bringing in a company to guide us through this entire new project from beginning to end? There is definitely value in that, but can we go forward with what we've kind of talked about and are very committed to at this time? And we're not going to duplicate a lot of effort in that.
So that's where my thinking is coming in, is that SMRT has experience in building correctional facilities, office buildings, and highway. They don't have experience in fire. On the flip side, MSMA doesn't have experience in correctional facilities. I don't believe they have experience in office buildings and highway.
They do fire training.
Fire.
That's one of
Correct.
their lanes.
Is there anybody who does both?
Actually, we have a blueprint from 5 or 6, 10 years ago of a highway building and how much land they need. The thing we need is where are we gonna put it down there?
Right.
Where are we gonna put the fire training center?
Right.
Where are we gonna put the
And
jail?
that's all I'm asking for at this point.
And,
And Jim has.
Can I finish, please?
Go ahead.
Okay.
We spend millions of dollars to have one bridge engineered. Not a word is said. And this has been going on for 3 months. It's gone from 1.8 million down to 400,000. Let's get off our butt and get something done.
Well, let's also not do something that duplicates efforts in.
Which one of us is gonna say, let's put the highway garage here? Let's put the jail here.
We need someone to tell us that.
And Jim brought up the office building, and I've had this in the back of this skull for ever since we've been looking at this property, knowing the condition of this building, but I didn't ever say it because I didn't think anybody else would be on board with it.
I didn't bring up, the girl that I talked to brought up, she said, you need to,
Right.
if you start thinking about where people are gonna get
never
their
build
driver's license, so,
You
how
may
many years
never
from
build
now?
one, right? But you need to know, if you did,
How it would work.
where it would go.
So is this 100,000, this 400,000, is this complete site assessment going to provide us with a baseline where we could bring somebody else in and do the other part of it?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And I would say no, it will
Okay.
not.
Okay.
The
And then
question
Jim,
I
what
have
you
is,
have to say.
and I, believe me, I didn't know this till yesterday, when I knew this meeting was coming today, so I need to find out something. What does this New York State Department do? This girl told me they are used to setting up campuses. They know what they're doing. I don't know. I have no clue.
Maybe they do.
I don't.
I don't know that, do they have correctional facility?
She said they did, but I don't know.
Okay. So then let me put this out there. We have time to get that. But we also, like Steve said, nobody here has time to do that. So we need at least somebody to coordinate that.
Yeah,
Right.
And I would say we need someone, not so much with jail experience or highway, but campus development.
I would agree with that. I have no issue with that.
That's different. We could put out fairly quickly an RFP on that. I don't know what it would cost. Okay? But
Probably $1 million.
Okay, so fine. So what I'm asking for today, I'm not asking to go forward with this. I'm asking for the money to go forward with this. So,
yeah,
before we go forward with it, let's say we vote and say, okay, X amount of dollars. I don't know what that figure would be right now because we're having conflicting opinions, right? That's not a vote to move forward with it. That's a vote to approve the money to move forward with it. So you still have to have discussion and votes to approve whatever we do to go forward.
Right. Now, here's Steve geeking out on this. I gotta find a way where the money is coming from. Okay? And this is an impossible budget year. There's gonna be double 5-digit, more than probably $11 million in cuts on our operating budgets. Okay, I am very much afraid, right, we move forward with this and in October and November, you guys realize that we shouldn't have done that. I don't think it will happen, but there are at least 8 departments who don't have enough in the revenue targets that we have given them, right, to do payroll.
I know.
Can I just ask Steve? If we were to go ahead with an RFP, like you were suggesting, would this funding be available to pay for that RFP? I mean, if we want to do an RFP, we're gonna have to pay for that.
Right.
So
I don't know.
could this money be,
I mean,
you see that as a?
In my mind, it's a ban.
All right, so with these bans, let's say we went, just for argument's sake, let's say we went with the 1.8 million that you put forward before.
Right.
Do we have to?
No, we don't have to spend it.
Right, so, all right, so.
Or the whole amount.
So I want to refine that question to, we have availability of 1.8 million, right? For argument's sake. Are we withdrawing all of that out? Are they giving it to us that we're paying interest on that full amount right from the get-go?
When we issue the bond or ban, which we wouldn't do until after the RFP and we've selected the RFP. And that will also give us time to talk to the state about campus-wide. So actually, we can probably do that.
Can we find a figure that's more?
We should drop the 1.8. I feel like that one's got some baggage with it.
Well,
Yeah.
Let's do a million.
So we get 400,000 if we have to.
I'm sorry?
Alan just sat here and said we'd get 400,000 if we had to.
Alan just texted me a few minutes ago about, like, there is a budget line he provided saying that there is some additional revenue in that budget line.
Okay, so we don't need to do a ban or borrow that money.
So what I'm trying to do here,
All right, I gotta see what that is.
I'm trying to find a happy medium that we can move this thing forward, because if we don't do that, it's just gonna sit here
I agree.
another year.
I agree.
I agree. And in my mind, I'm trying to move this along as fast and as efficiently as we can. The board has already said, right, in legislation, right, jail, fire training academy, and
Don't put jail first
No,
all the
we've never
time.
approved that.
Are we on our capital project?
in a capital.
Oh, in a capital
Capital plan, that's where
Haven't
we
done
put
any
it.
funding,
It's in the capital project
right,
to-do list, but it has not been approved.
Right, but priority wise, I mean, I think fire training,
Right.
fire safety training center has always been number
And
one.
I think we're really ready only to look at number one at this.
Yeah,
point.
we're not, I don't think we're
Jim?
looking at it.
Okay, so.
No.
So fire training center, I think is gonna. The office building, you look at Otsego County, they're talking about tearing theirs down and building a new one for $35 million because it isn't, so we're not that far out thinking we need to look at this whole campus.
No, I
You can see the day when they say, okay, you can rip this one down.
I mean, that's a good point. Could you cite a new office building over there? I mean, it's.
You mentioned that.
Yeah.
And that's, I don't know.
and we'd have to add that to the RFP.
Right.
I've been thinking about the 3 major projects, but sure.
Just because you include them in the RFP doesn't mean you have to build them.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So
But fun.
what dollar amount can we agree on to move forward? We can always either say, okay, we don't need it, or we need to increase it.
I would go higher only because I don't know what the RFP is. The RFP, depending on what when we're gonna ask for this, they're gonna come back. I don't know what they're gonna come back with. So that's why I say to be on the safe side in the bond resolution.
So the only concern I have there is we already have an RFP with SMRT, is that correct?
Yes,
There was an RFP that was issued with several vendors and SMRT was one that was selected.
So can we just do another RFP and are we gonna get to the point where people aren't even gonna respond to them because we don't have that?
Well, this is, I think, outside of the scope what's been requested from SMRT. So I believe that it would be appropriate if you were gonna add other things,
Okay.
because it wouldn't be fair to the other vendors to.
All right.
Yeah,
I
so I
can
think
go
we
with
would,
I'm writing up in the process a memorandum to the board, laying out all of the things that I think in effect should be in that RFP, as well as other things the county should do to move these projects forward. I'm not gonna get that done, probably in the next 2 weeks, because of my malady, but maybe that can be a pacing.
Representative Powers.
I also want to make sure we talk to the state, because if they've got someone that comes in and does this for free.
No issue, no issue.
Yeah.
But I also
No, the
want to
charge
be in a
of that.
position where 6, 7, 8 months from now, a year and a half from now, oh, we were gonna have the state come in.
No, no,
And still haven't done it.
Get on that. We would definitely need to.
So we're gonna have Tammy asked DMV or whoever, Mohawk Valley Economic.
With
to
her
reach
head.
out.
Harold I talked to gave me a name, of course, you talked to, Alex, get back.
Have Tammy Harris could be a good.
That planning,
Well,
get a
that
hold
was
of.
my
That's a
question.
great.
The sooner you, I mean, really, the memo to us is very helpful, but I mean, the sooner we move it to say planning or, I mean, and
Yes.
and maybe this, this is
Tammy's
bigger.
already seen the draft.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I think
Okay.
that's who we really, it
So-
makes sense, right? She would be helping us move this forward.
So then let's back up. What if we looked at contracting with someone this is their job, to move this thing forward?
Yeah, and that was in the original 1.8 million. That's kind of an
Right.
overall project manager, which
Right.
probably most of us think of that more as a clerk of the board. But really, it's the planning part is the most time consuming piece. If you get that right, then your engineer and architect and construction moves a lot faster. And you're right, none of us will be, if we screw this up, none of us will be here to see the negatives. But it seems to me the best thing we can do is move this along as fast and as thoroughly as we can.
So what can we do today?
We need to do any money.
So did you have all these problems when you built the manor?
I don't,
Do we need to go to a money resolution today?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, yeah.
what I would do is, if we can get the full board to do this, I would pass a resolution amending the current CIP to make the Fire Training Academy the #1 project.
It already is, we've already approved that.
It said it was among the top ones. I think to make it explicit and to memorialize, I think most people's feeling, you could do that. You also don't have to. That's purely
What I want to do is incorporate what everybody's concerns are. And I agree 100% with what Jim is saying, that we need a complete layout. I don't disagree with that at all. But we need to move forward.
with you.
I also don't think we need to hire the project manager to do the layout.
No, we
I
need to
think
hire.
the RFP for the layout needs to happen right away.
That's why I
Then you bring the project manager in.
Yes.
Once we.
We have to hire somebody to do the look at.
All right, so then I'll make this motion and you correct it as you feel necessary. I'll make a motion today that we authorize an RFP for a complete site plan analysis and layout. And move forward with that. And if that includes working with the Department of State and resources that are there for us, then let's do that. But let's get this thing going.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay.
will we need to identify a funding source for that to be?
Well, I don't think this is, I think you're just making this motion. I don't think it's necessary for a resolution to do an RFP.
Okay.
I think you're making, people do RFPs without resolutions regularly.
Right,
Okay,
yeah.
Perfect.
You're making the motion, folks
Okay.
are gonna agree or disagree with you, and then someone's gonna do the RFP.
Who's gonna do the RFP?
Do we need to hire that out?
Steve's writing it up.
No, I'll,
Planning would do it, right? Not to volunteer.
I just want to
Yeah.
identify
Yeah.
who's gonna do it.
I have a draft RFP that I just need to adjust the statement of work to include essentially that memo that I was writing.
Can you have that done by the August board meeting?
Probably not the August board meeting, but probably a week after.
Well, you're,
Would it be ready for public works and
yeah, that would be
in
usually wanting
August?
to go through the August cycle.
August cycle?
It wouldn't be back by then. I wouldn't think.
No, but.
The RFP wouldn't, or the RFP would, we wouldn't have the offer.
No, the authorization.
Review the language.
That's your public works.
Yeah. I can do that by Public Works. I would like
Because
Tammy
here's
to
the
help.
problem. We keep talking about this and a month goes by, a month goes by,
Yeah,
a month goes by, a month goes by.
I feel like we've uncovered every potential delay that could possibly be. And I really would hope there's nothing waiting for us in the future except a path of going forward.
Right.
So I think we're all committed to that, very committed to that. And I also am committed to doing it as smartly and efficiently as possible. And I think
Absolutely.
that right now we are on the smart and efficient path.
Absolutely.
And it's taken a lot of hiccups to get here. But I think, if we could have that for the Public Works meeting in August.
Well, I'd like to invite anybody who wants to come to Public Works to listen to this. Been going on for the last 2 months. If you've got concerns, you ought to come and voice it. That's my feeling, because I'm getting a little tired of it.
Okay. All right, so we actually don't have to take a vote to do the RFP.
You can vote on doing the RFP, it just does not need to be a resolution.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and I would say vote on
Okay.
doing it.
All
Okay.
right,
So I have my motion in place.
yes. And Representative Powers seconded.
Seconded it.
Okay, we've had a ton of discussion. Is there anything anyone would like to add?
Yes, not just.
All those in favor, we can just sit. We need to do a roll call.
There's no money
No
involved, so it
money
can be an
involved.
oral.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone saying no? Any abstaining? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, everyone. That was a really worthwhile discussion and very long. Thanks. Okay, do we move to adjourn? Or anything else? Did we miss anything today? Okay, we're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Steve?